Brian Wilson, El Halcón de la Ley.
Welcome, welcome. It is Hawktober. Continued. This is my fourth, I believe, Hawktober stream. Although, I started off the first week of Hawktober strong with 3 streams in 1 week. But then, now it's been a full week. Man, tired. Throat's void. My throat is tired. Evening, Nick. Evening, Ethan. So, yeah, I didn't get any bonus streams done this week. This week was about work and introversion. So, it's not been like a bad week, but I've been just quiet. I haven't been playing horror games either. All week I played, you ever heard of Caves of Qud? I posted about on Twitter, so Nick, you probably saw that. I don't know if you don't know what that game is, though. It's like, an old school, like 80s, 90s original roguelike style game. And Brad pointed out that we also got a more the same sort of game, more traditional D&D type game called it's Ancient Domains of Mystery. It's called Adam for short. It started development in the 90s and came out like in a revamped modern. Well, it's the same game, but it was like made to work on modern systems in 2015. It came out on Steam. So, yeah, Caves of Qud is like a cult following. That came out a few years ago, like 2018. It looks like it was made in the 80s. Like, it reminds me a little bit of, graphically, like I played the original Ultima series in the 80s. It reminds me of that. But it's actually a really interesting game. But it's roguelike. When you hear roguelikes starting in the last 10 years, they're always talking about like Binding of Isaac and games like that, where you're running around and jumping and it's random levels each time, and then you die and that's it, and you get one run and that's it. But the original roguelikes were all very much like a little bit more like pen and paper D&D, where they were based on the same character classes and it's turn-based, but turn-based in the sense that every time you move, everything else moves one thing with you. Like, I don't know if you ever played Dungeons of Dreadmore, but that playstyle was pretty much the same, where you move like one little square at a time, and the world doesn't move when you're not moving. But every time you take a space, everything else takes a space too. So if you're fighting, you either run into the bad guys and you're fighting them, but every time you move, they move. Or if you're running away, So, yeah. You play that shit and like it. Hey, Cal, how you doing, man? Are you familiar with the games I'm talking about? Caves of Qud. Brad was very enthusiastic when he found out. He was like, "Oh, you should stream Caves of Qud. That's a super spooky game." I'm like, I don't know if you could go so far as to call it like a spooky game, but I started playing that, and Caves of Qud is like post-apocalyptic. It's set in the way future where it's just like really kind of weird and random. Very sort of alien, and you can play either as a pure human or a mutated human. And if you play as a mutated human, as you gain levels, you have mutations happen to you, and it can be good stuff, but it could also be crazy stuff like you end up with 2 heads or 6 arms. You end up like being sort of split across time and space, and you can end up having like an evil version of yourself from the future coming back to kill you. Weird rando stuff. You started playing Resident Evil 2 last night? How are you liking it so far? I have not played it since I streamed it. But I surprisingly, after 7, I was afraid I was not going to like 2. Because I thought it would just be like Resident Evil 2's setting recreated like Resident Evil 7's gameplay. And no, it's really like It's really feels like it sort of still kind of got that old school horror, not fighting a boss fight every 5 seconds action. Like the later Resident Evils. 7 was good, but it felt like half the suspense or the scariness was being thrown into situations where it's super hard and you get killed over and over. And I'm like, that's not... It's like fighting a dude with a chainsaw in a room the size of my closet. Oh, what he had? Not a chainsaw. He had a big axe. And I just ran in circles for 20 minutes getting killed over and over until I figured out how to beat him. And I'm like, that's not, I don't like that. It's not fun to me. Like being brutalized over and over until I figure out how to beat a boss, like what his secret weakness is. Hello, Evie23. Best Evie in the internet. How you doing, Evie? You start your new job yet at the photo studio? It's fun. You go through a lot of bullets. Zombie heads are resilient. Yeah, they are surprisingly resilient. Do you think you got... Well, I would imagine you probably got further than I did because I played it for 2 hours and that's it. And I played it while I was streaming, so you know how that is. Oh, I watched... what was that movie we were talking about? Malignant? Oh, I didn't... It was okay, but this is a horror movie on HBO Max. That was one of those theatrical release / on HBO Max for a few weeks. And it was kind of hyped. But I'd heard it was kind of campy. And it was very campy. And in fact, it was so campy. Like, I still kind of enjoyed it, but it was like, oh God, it's awful. And I think they were trying to make it that way. But... yeah, I don't know. And then I watched The Lighthouse. Has anyone seen that with Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson? I was enjoying that a lot more until, like, as the whole movie unfolded, it was like, well, that's just weird. And I came out of it like, I really enjoyed the setup and the characters, but where it went was just weird. Like, and then when it ended and the credits rolled, it was like, you're really going to end it like that? It's funny, which might not be positive for some people. I think it's just a matter of, yeah, like a Nick Cage movie. It's just a matter of like knowing what you're getting into when you watch it. And if you're looking for the next spooky, scary movie that you're really going to give you goosebumps, and that's not it. And like the mechanics of what like the bad force was and everything, it's a big like, well, I won't say like a Sixth Sense type revelation, but it's very clear at a certain point you're supposed to go, oh my gosh, like the veil has been lifted. Now you see what's happening. It's gonna blow your mind. And it's kind of like they've revealed the whatever like the bad thing really was, and it's kind of like I was just like, all right. I was like, I considered maybe that was what was going on, but I didn't know, and now that I know, so we'll say if you're in there for the camp, it's good, but if you're in there for like a good horror movie, it's not necessarily, it's adequate. I watched a lot of B movies. It's just when I go in expecting this to be the next big thing almost, and then it's like it's all right. It shouldn't have been like a theatrical release. It should have been like a straight to video. I watch a ton of crappy shows that I like, but I go in with expecting it to be crappy. And then it turned into be kind of funny. Yeah, the acting was just really... the acting and the writing was really cheesy, and I don't know. I wouldn't recommend against watching it, but just know what you're getting into. Oh, you start Sunday. Oh no, you're in a bad mood. You had to do register for who knows how long when you tried to look for black shirts at your new job. Oh no. And that's in the new department at Walmart, right? Is it turning out you're not liking that? You went from like the freezer section to clothes, right? Something in apparel. And that like, are you not digging that? I know it sounded like you were really looking forward to at least doing something different. But, yeah, that's what they say. The grass is always greener on the other side. So sometimes you get there and you're like, meh, this is okay, but it's like there's things I like more and things I like less. So a lot of things shake out that way in the end. High budget camp, okay. So The Lighthouse has been out for a while. I don't know if I'm going to recommend that. It's about two lighthouse keepers. Like, I don't know if it's like in the... It seems like it's probably in the 50s or 60s. And on a lighthouse in the middle of the ocean, like way out on an island in the middle of the ocean, where a boat comes once a month and drops off two lighthouse keepers to watch it, and then they get swapped out every 4 weeks. And Willem Dafoe's like this grizzled old, he talks like a pirate, in the seas, and it's bad luck to look sideways at a seagull, and all this stuff, and Robert Pattinson's kind of this weird, like shell-shocked kind of dude that doesn't buy any of that, and it's you immediately are like, oh, these guys are gonna fucking kill each other before it's over. They're gonna lose their fucking minds by the end of this month. And then basically that's what happens, but the depiction of them losing not that they necessarily kill each other, in case anyone wants to watch it. I don't want to spoil like what ends up happening, but it is basically about them going mad and you experiencing them going mad. Like, you as the viewer are disoriented and don't know what's real and what's not real. It's a weird one. I liked it because I thought the acting was really good, the writing was really good, the setting was very interesting, everything about the movie was really well made. The only thing, I just had a problem with it because it was a little too weird. And then where they took it and ended it was a little too like, what the fuck? Like, what's that? What did I just see? And I don't know. In some ways, I gripe if something is campy and too predictable. But on the other sense, if it's just like, hey, we're going to make this movie this good presence with this good like premise, and then when they go crazy, we're just everything on the screen is going to be disturbing and not make any sense, and then we're going to roll credits. It's like, okay, all right. But I was like disturbed and entertained throughout. I think if it sounds interesting, it's worth watching. It's well done. The setting's great, but it's just the package as a whole left me kind of like, I don't know. Your mom goes to college. But yeah, that's called The Lighthouse. Hereditary, yes. And Hereditary and Midsummer, which is another movie by that same guy. I liked both of those. In fact, I think I liked Midsummer better, even though it was less in-your-face horror-y. That's the one about like a cult up in Sweden, where, yeah, it's got some really dark elements too. Hereditary was super dark, but it was very effective, very well written, very well acted, disturbing, but just a really well-made horror movie, and really gets under your skin. Super well done, disturbing. If you're not into like, it's dark. It's like, it's a lot about loss and death in the family and mourning and dealing with tragedy. And it just packs one punch after another. So if you're not in the mood for a movie that's really like, it's dark and heavy, then, it's not a fun horror movie by any means, but it's a very well-made horror movie. Very effective horror movie. And for anyone who can handle it, I super recommend. I think it's a very good movie. It's just a matter, it might be more than a lot of people willing to deal with. Midsummer is weird too. I don't know if everyone will like that. That's, but are you familiar with that? Anyone familiar with that one? He Never Died. You know what? I've seen that forever in my queue, and yeah, it looked like horror comedy. I think I've put it on my to watch list years ago, and I just haven't got around to it. Oh, you like Apparel, but you're excited for the new job. Okay, good. So it sounds like you just had a bad day, Evie. I just noticed you you answered what I asked you about, and I missed it. You've seen them both on Amazon, but haven't watched either one. Yeah, Hereditary is more like a classic, disturb you, make you feel uneasy and uncomfortable the whole movie. But it's the actual themes and where it goes and where it takes you in the end and everything else is very, I wouldn't say it's traditional in the sense that it's a generic, it's not, but it feels a lot more like this movie's going to go along, be set aside with a lot of other movies in the history of great horror films, and like what I would consider like a core horror film, not just like Midsummer is more weird and there's horror elements, but it's a weird where this girl in the beginning, it starts with her sister commits suicide, like murder suicide. So the main character lives away, but she's getting emails. Her sister's talking like she's gonna kill herself, and then it turns out the sister like had the car pump carbon monoxide into the house where she was with her parents, and the parents died in their sleep because of it. And she had like the tube with the carbon monoxide duct taped to her mouth, and so she's sitting there with like, it's just very graphic. And so the main character girl's totally fucked up over this, and she finds out her boyfriend and his friends, one of his friends is like a Swedish dude, and every summer he goes back to Sweden to this like sort of like cult ritual compound to do this like summer festival, and he's describing it all like hippie like and everything else, and they're gonna go, and so she ends up going, and it's all bright and colorful, and everyone is like super nice, but then there's like from the very beginning there are little weird undertones like what's really happening here. It's a very interesting movie, and it's very good what they end up doing in the end. Like, it's one that I've watched a couple times now, and then I've watched videos discussing like what was happening, what they were doing, different ways, what different things you could take away from it. But it's not like boo. I mean, there are definitely some gory moments, and there's some definite horror there. I'm not going to say it's not horror, and some really disturbing moments. But it's dressed up in this, like, hey, this is a wonderful, lovely place, and like as horrible as things get, it's almost getting painted over with like, oh well, you know, there's a reason for all of this type of thing, you know. You can relax now. Okay, well, it didn't take a whole lot of venting, Evie. Your wife picked up a pumpkin at the pumpkin patch and made scratch pumpkin pecan pie. It's a lot of peas in that sentence. And now you're in heaven. Nice, man. That sounds good. But yeah, I'd say, the others I waited a long time to watch. I didn't watch that till a couple years ago, finally, because I think I started watching it once a long time ago, and it was late and I was tired, and it had a slow start, and I just fell asleep. And then I always remembered it as the movie that, oh, that's the one that I fell asleep. But when I went back and watched it, it was pretty good. Oh my God, Shatner going to space. Did you see that interview when he got back down and he was talking to Jeff Bezos about how it affected him? It was so moving. The impact that experience had on William Shatner. So just finding that interview, I know William Shatner is sort of a weird, eccentric dude, and he's rubbed a lot of people the wrong way over the years. But I've always kind of been a fan of his. I don't know if he's the best person on the planet. He's got his stuff going on, but I like him. And that was so. Oh, Bezos is cringe lord. Yeah, I mean, seeing that those two next to each other Bezos was out of his league trying to relate to William Shatner's what William Shatner experienced. Bezos was on such a surface level, and what Shatner is trying to articulate, like how what he experienced, he felt it as a metaphor for his own mortality and the fragility of life and the beauty of our planet and all this stuff. And Jeff Bezos like, oh yeah, so the rocket went really fast. Is that what you're saying? It's like, no, dude. Oh yeah. Well, William Shatner is, at first you don't know how, because William Shatner, everyone else like, yeah, and they're shaking, laughing and everything. And William Shatner is just looking like, he looks very serious. And you're almost thinking like, he's just like, oh, this is almost like, maybe he's like, oh, this is a bunch of bullshit. What am I doing here? And in the middle, he starts to talk about his experience, and then people start popping champagne bottles, and Jeff's like, oh yeah, give me one. And he's like, ooh, and he's doing champagne. And like William Shatner just sort of walks, he walks away from where the champagne's flying everywhere. And you can just see he's just like, you guys you're ruining this. I liked what Shatner said, though. The fact that you could tell he was so blown away by the experience, and he kept saying, I had an expectation of what it would be like, and I was not at all prepared for what the experience actually was. What did he say? He said, I hope I never recover from this. He says, I am so blown away that I hope I don't lose this feeling about what just happened. Because it's the most profound experience. It made it sound like it was maybe the most profound experience of his life. That sensation of being shot from the point of like being on Earth. His big thing was about the point from being where there was blue skies to just like piercing out of the world into the blackness of space. And he was like, it happened so fast. It happened so fast. And that ribbon of blue around our planet seemed so thin. It just was like all life, everything that we do was so thin. And he's like, it was like traveling into death, like traveling out of life and into death. And the blackness is vast. Like he's having this epiphany that's super deep and the dude's 90 years old. And I've watched interviews with him and he obsesses about issues about mortality and everything else. And I think this experience is something that profoundly affected his way of looking at those issues. Anyways, yeah, it was changed the topic, but I did see that, and that was like, seeing William Shatner's reaction to that was unexpected, because William Shatner, he often seems at this point kind of like, just about everything. Like I thought they'd be like, how do you like it? And he'd be like, well, I got stuck, like my face rippled, it was very uncomfortable, I felt like I had to poo, and then we came back home. I didn't know how I'd react, but I didn't expect him to be so absolutely blown away by it. Because he seems like a dude that's kind of jaded at this point in his life a little bit. Okay, I am gonna recommend back to horror movies again. Now I said I didn't play any horror games this week, but I have been watching, and I think I'm almost done with, a Netflix limited series called Midnight Mass. It is really good. That's one that if you're at all into horror type stuff, it reminds me of some. I don't think Stephen King's involved with it at all, but it reminds me in some ways of a Stephen King. It's got very strong Stephen King could have written this story, and it would have fit right in with his classics. It's about an island. There's a small town on an island. It's like a fishing village, and just a bunch of weird shit starts happening there. So like they had a priest, an 80-year-old priest was on sabbatical, and to go to the Holy Lands, and when he's expected back, someone they didn't expect came. No one gave him notice, but suddenly someone else came back to be their priest, and he's this very charismatic guy. And there's other stuff going on, but once he gets there, just like weird. You like this guy a lot in some ways, but something's not right, and weird stuff starts, like really weird shit starts happening on the island, and it's got a whole cast of characters. There's like the town drunk, and there's the this people, and there's the obnoxious church lady, and that's why it reminds me of Stephen King, because he would have those sort of communities. A lot of his books were about people and how people did or didn't get along, and how the conflicts between people, or like whatever evil's going on, it's the conflict between people what we really need to be afraid of, because that's where the worst monsters are how we treat each other. And this movie is like, I don't know, it's a series. I'm not sure, it's like 8 episodes, 10 episodes. Super good. Well, a lot of King's horror doesn't make it really well into movies. A lot of his best stuff, his long books, The Stand, things like that, they don't make it. I don't think they ever, like even The Shining, which was super successful. I've read the book The Shining and really liked it. And the movie is not. The movie's good for different reasons, but it's not. If you like the book, you may hate the movie. Because the movie's just doing its own thing. It's being a movie. It's being like a master filmmaker's movie. But a lot of the stuff a lot of the stuff from the book is lost in translation. You know what? I'm not sure where it takes place. It takes place on an island, like off the coast of somewhere, and there's a ferry that goes to the mainland every day. So I know it's not far, but I can't remember if they ever actually say where it takes place. I'm talking about Midnight Mass on Netflix. But I gotta say, it's Midnight Mass is like one of the best. At least if it ends, when it ends, maybe I'll feel different how they wrap it up. But it's one of the best like horror movies, series, anything that I've seen in a long time. Different like than Hereditary and stuff. Hereditary was probably a lot more disturbing, but this movie is a lot more like where you connect the characters and you care what they're going through, and the people seem real and what's happening. You become really invested in what's happening to these people, like these people and their struggles and what's happening to them. And even if they're people that you start to suspect may be the bad guys, you're still like, yeah, you kind of like them, and you see where they're going, and you're kind of like you're conflicted when you start being like, oh, is this person bad? It's like, anyways, really good. So that of anything any of the horror stuff I've discussed tonight, if anyone has Netflix, that's probably my strongest recommendation of the season right now. Tommy Knockers. I enjoyed Tommy Knockers. It was a garbage. It was a garbage production. The acting, the effects, the directing, even the screenwriting was awful. But it was still fun. I enjoyed it. You just watched Misery again. Oh my god. No, Misery is an example of one of King's books that was masterfully translated into a movie form. And I think, I mean, the book is better because it goes deeper, but that movie really did capture what was, like, brilliantly captured what made the book so special. And Kathy Bates is incredible. No, I think Misery, for me, goes down in a list of one of the best movies of all time, period. Stephen King's got a few of those. That's why, like, when I was in high school, I remember thinking, I'm not going to read. I was, I ended up being an English major. I was kind of a literature snob, and I'm like, oh, Stephen King is garbage. He just puts out garbage. And then I didn't realize until I was in college, I'm like, wait a minute. Stand By Me is one of my favorite movies growing up. Stephen King wrote that? And then it kept going. Shawshank Redemption. Amazing film. Very intelligent. Stephen King wrote that? Oh shit, Green Mile. Stephen King wrote that? And I realized, like, Stephen King can write a lot of different stuff, but Stephen King is a master. And he has some fantastic stories. He's told some fantastic stories. And they're not all just like stabby, stabby, stabby. It's like once you dig into Stephen King a little bit, he's a pretty amazing writer. Even if a lot of his books have missteps, like he has certain weaknesses. He doesn't know how to end things. Sometimes, like The Stand, one of my favorite books, he flat out admits he was like 600 pages into it and he just didn't know what to do. And then he came up with some like sort of rando way to wrap it up in the last 100, and you could feel that. Like The Stand is fantastic, but when you can feel that he didn't know what to do. And then the ending was just kind of like, so I'll just say this happens. And it takes, it's not rushed, but it's like, it's just he didn't know how to end it. Yeah, no, Midnight Mass I super recommend. And it's not Stephen King, but to me it almost could be among like some of his best stories. It would just be like, boom, Midnight Mass could just stand right there in the middle of some of those best stories, like it. And well, yeah, where it's like the small town and there's weird things going on in the communities. A lot of his books that's a recurring theme in his books, is that kind of setup. And yeah, really, really good. Yeah, speaking of It, I'd forgotten about that until, because I read It like in the 90s. And I don't know if it didn't occur to me or what, but that's a little creepy. Yep. That Kathy Bates was so good, he wrote another book. Yeah, Dolores Claiborne was another Stephen King book. You know, I never read that, and I don't know if I need it. That's a movie I just totally forgot about. Because when it came out, I was always like, like, what is it? But I think I owe it to myself to check that out at some point. Maine and cocaine. That's Stephen King's favorite combo. Yeah, I've read a ton. I haven't read everything of Stephen King, but I've read a lot of his stuff. Like the Dark Tower series starts off a little rough and hard to get into. That ended up being, I thought, really good. That's like his stab at fantasy. Like, dude just the same guy that wrote Cujo. I think Cujo was the first Stephen King book that I tried to read. And I don't know why I gravitated to that, but I was in high school and I grabbed Cujo and I just thought it was garbage. I was like, oh, this is terrible. And I didn't like this. I didn't like the characters. I didn't like the story. And the fact that it was like, oh, so wait, I didn't finish it. I was like, this whole book is some lady stuck in a car with like a dog that has rabies outside. That's the whole book. That's stupid. And I didn't finish. I just put it down. You read The Dark Tower? Did you read the whole series, Evie? Hey, Airbending Eagle. Yeah, he lives near Bangor, Maine. Yeah. And his stories are never set there, but sometimes Bangor is like the big town nearby. Like if you ever read Pet Sematary, that takes place on a highway where I think the father is a doctor that works in Bangor, but it's like they live an hour out of town or something out along some highway. Just the first one. Yeah, you know what? I'd read the first one and I didn't care for it. And that was when, I don't know that he even written the ones after that yet. And when he wrote a few, he wrote like the first 3. And then he put the series down and didn't write for like 10 years. And then in, I think it was 2001 or so, he was out on a jog and he got hit by a car. Stephen King, in real life. And he almost died. Like, it was a near-death experience. And when he came out of that, it totally changed the way that he thought about his writing. And that made him go back and want to finish things that now he was like, oh my God, like I kept always meaning to go back to the Dark Tower series, but it was hard to figure out where to go with it. And so I kept putting it off. And after his experience where he almost died, something clicked and he's like, this is one of the most important, biggest things I've ever done. And I need to make sure that I finish it because I'm not going to be here forever. So he dove back into it. And over the next few years, and those books kept getting bigger and bigger, and they're really good. If you get that, really, it seems like they got better. Like the first one was like, eh. The second one was like, okay, that's a little better. And I think by about the third one, it was like, all right, I'm on board. This is getting good. What's next? Sometimes dead is better. Lily. Yeah, if it was the same actor who played Herman Munster, was the neighbor in Pet Sematary. It's the neighbor across the street, the old guy. Sometimes dead is better. Mm-hmm. I just actually saw an interview with Stephen King the other day, and I think it was an old interview. But it sounded like for years, people used to come to his house at Halloween, and because he used to give out tons of candy, and then but it just got crazy. Like people started coming from all around. I don't know what his solution was, but he said by this time of the interview, he's like, I hate Halloween. I hate Halloween. It just became such a production. Hold on a minute. Is my mic super loud? Because my, where is it? Windows didn't update. Sometimes it screws that up. It sets it up to 100. It sets it up to 100 while I'm not looking. No, it didn't. I was looking at my audio meter on OBS, and it keeps going into the red, which is unusual. All of a sudden I was like, oh, because I've had that happen before where Windows will do like an update and I won't notice it, but it will turn my microphone levels up to 100. And so the next time I stream, I don't realize it, but it's like, it sounds like this the whole time. You know, it's like, I'm like, oh crap. It was all like it's so loud that it's muffled. Like OBS can't handle that because it's getting too much to deal with. It's clipping and all that crap. No, he handed out regular candy. So, yeah, he like all crazy old people do. I'm pretty sure he was like in his 40s too when he was interviewed. I think this interview was in the 90s. Fairly certain he was slightly younger in that interview than I am now. He wrote a book about a guy who kills trick-or-treaters to go to Stephen King's house. Yeah, I think he said he didn't like it when he was happy that kids in the neighborhood came and he'd give them candy and just be a regular dude who does Halloween like everyone else. And I guess word of mouth spread and it got to where like hundreds of people were traveling from like lots of places because like, oh, Halloween, you go to Stephen King's house to Halloween and get candy. And I don't know what he ended up doing about that, but it sounds like he put an end to it. Like, stopped doing it. He stopped being a place for people to go on Halloween. Oh yeah, generic thriller music. You know the sad thing about this music in the background is not that it matters anymore, but I get copyright content ID matches by whoever did make this cheesy like knockoff version of Thriller. So if I actually wanted ad revenue, which I never got ad revenue, don't give a crap. But it's just the irony that in the background I've got this clearly like cheesy imitation version of Thriller beat going. And in fact, whoever made it tries to claim my monetization. So yeah, I think that's my wrap up. I was excited to share my horror movies this week. This week my work has been really stressful like this week. And I think that's why I've been so low key. Like I've been playing these games that a lot of people might consider boring, these fantasy roguelikes. And that's what I've been doing. I get off of work and I eat and I play this little, make a little paladin. He runs out and I play him until 6th or 7th level and then he gets killed and you got to start over. It's nice stuff. Chiller night. For copyright reasons, it's not the same as this other song you may have heard by a guy whose name starts with M and ends with Axon. Yeah, it's catchy though. It's catchy, but it's not as catchy as, you know, the one. We can't bring it up for copyright reasons. And whoever did make this he's gonna threaten to he'll be like, that's slander. I'll get like a libel lawsuit against me. And he's like, how dare you say that I copied Michael Jackson? This was an original work. It was his lifelong achievement, that song. He's like, I did not copy Michael Jackson. Why do people keep saying that? you don't watch a lot of horror movies. You're trying to fill in some holes in your knowledge. Oh yeah, I can't even. I'd have a hard time. It would be a whole different total topic of discussion to try to come up with recommendations of, if you just haven't watched horror movies historically really much at all, which ones I'd recommend. Because I'm always just talking mostly about what I've seen, and they tend to be movies that have come out in the last few years. You stream Skyrim once on YouTube? The dudes who made the dubstep Skyrim remakes claimed your gameplay? Mm-hmm. I've had that happen a couple times, specifically games that have cutscenes where it's the same anytime you play it. The cutscene is exactly the same. Those are circumstances where I've had other YouTubers, like bigger YouTubers, who've streamed the same game will content ID other people who play that game because those cutscene sequences are identical matches for something that's in their video. And so they're not doing it intentionally, but it's like, that's stupid. They don't own that. And I wasn't copying them. I remember the first time I got a content ID match. I was so up in arms about it. This is before I was even a streamer. I had like 6 subscribers. And each video that I made, 2 people would watch. One of them was Foodereer. And I think maybe the other one would have been like Chris Cunningham. The only 2 people watching my crap. That was even before EV23 came along. Yeah, it's all automated, but I remember I did like a whole challenge to it. And I made this little argument like, this is fair use and blah 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 blah, and please. And I think my thought at the time was, I was just starting my channel and I didn't know what was going to happen with it, and I wasn't counting on it being like a big thing where, like, you know, because I was working, my work was somewhat steady, but it was not super steady, and my income was like and so I was looking, if I could have made this channel a way to supplement my income, then I wanted to be able to do that if it was something that like caught on in a way that a lot of people ended up watching my channel. And the fact that people were like going to be demonetizing my videos over shit like that, I was at first I'm like, yeah, only 2 people watched this video, but someday some people might be like, hey, do you remember the Game Lawyer? And I didn't think, I had no illusions. I'm not like most people thought, oh, I'm gonna be famous. But I was like, maybe someday I might have an audience who will then like want to go back and watch this shit. So that's when I thought I was gonna be just a Let's Play channel too, not a streaming channel. And so I was really like, oh, I can't let this sort of thing happen. I gotta put a stop to this and just get used to like shutting this down, because this is bullshit, and I don't want, like, I want to maintain, and also the legal, like, I don't want people to say like, oh, the gaming lawyer is stealing people's content. It's like, whatever. I was real, and then now it's like every video something has claimed, and I'm just like the Child's Play and Nightmare series this year. I never got into Child's Play. I don't think I've actually sat down once and actually watched a Child's Play movie. That was just one of those that as they came out, I thought Chucky sounded obnoxious, and I never wanted to watch it. And maybe if I was in the right mood and I gave it a shot, I'd end up enjoying it. But I just, my initial impression from when I was like 16 was like, that doesn't look like something I want to watch. And then I just never amended that position. It's just like that's just how I felt about it forever. And I never thought about it. Well, I have more recently because they're doing reboots and stuff. And then I started thinking, maybe it's time to go, like, to give Child's Play a chance. I finally, just in the last year, started watching the Saw movies. They were all on HBO, I think. I watched the first 3 and then I ran out. I liked the first one. I actually enjoyed all 3 of them, but by the third one, I was kind of like, all right, I think I get it. I think I get it. And it's not like I think the fourth one's going to be bad. It's just like, I feel like it's just going to be the same. And I had enough. So that's it. Someday maybe I'll finish the Saw series. But I did not have a negative opinion. I did enjoy it. And that was a series I put off almost 20 years watching. So maybe Child's Play. Nightmare on Elm Street, I watched the first 4. I got into Nightmare on Elm Street in, I think it was 1988, 89, 88. I was in 8th grade, and I was in PE, and there was another kid in PE, and we were both like the slow people running around the track, like what some of the slowest people in the, like there were the people that were fast, and then there were people that just dragged their feet and like loafed slowly around the track. And so we'd be talking, and he started telling me about Nightmare on Elm Street and all the crazy stuff that Freddy does. And I thought it's so fascinating, the idea, because I was always fascinated by nightmares in general, the phenomena of nightmares. When I was a kid, I became fascinated by like the fact that you could be in your bed and you'd be sleeping and you have this like really freaky experience and wake up and you're actually safe. I actually got like kind of fixated on a couple nightmares that I had, where I was like fascinated by them. That's the same way you'd be like by a horror movie. They weren't fun when they were happening, but after the fact, I almost look back on those nightmares like fondly, like, oh my gosh, that was scary. And then when I found out there's a whole like a horror series about it, the whole thing is the monster is someone whose ghost only lives in nightmares, and that's how he gets people. And I was, oh, that sounds really good. And Dad watched it, and I was all in. I liked it, except the second one. For some reason, I didn't care for the second one. They took a dip in the middle, but they were good at the start and good at the end. You haven't had nightmare since you were a kid? I don't really have nightmares anymore. Not like that. Once in a while, though, I do. But they're just weird. And I don't always know. I can't remember the last time exactly I had one. More what happens is I just dream about work and like stress stuff. And usually it's not scary, but it's just like stressful. Like it's a day where everything is really complicated, and I've got like all these problems come up that I'm supposed to fix, and I don't know how, and I stress over it, and then I wake up and in real life and like maybe I have to pee. It's like 3 or 4 in the morning. I get up to pee, and the whole time I'm going to pee, I'm telling myself that whole thing right now about the work, that's not real. That's a dream. Because I'm thinking when I lay back down, I'm going to have to go in, I'm going to have to log into such and such system. I have to pull up these records from the Smith file. And I'm just like, none of that's real, dude. Just when you go back in there, just stop thinking about it. Go to sleep. Think about, cloud castles and candy and whatever. Just go to sleep. That work thing's not even real. You don't need to do that. You're not on the clock, dude. I even sometimes when I have work dreams in the morning, I get to work and I'll tell my supervisor like, hey, I dreamt I was working all night. How should I bill that? Because everything that we do throughout the day, we have to bill. So we work different cases and things that we work on. We always have to like divvy up what we did and who and how we're billing it to. And certain things that are just like not billed to a client, we just bill to the company we work for. They're just like company meetings, things like that. Our breaks are paid for. We don't make any client pay for that sort of thing. So I'm like, hey, when I was doing work all night in my dreams, and I bill that, bill that to the company. No, Maxie, that was not a nightmare. That really happened. In fact, do I have Battle Brothers installed? Oh, Maxie, you're very lucky. Battle Brothers is not installed. No, Nick, don't talk to me about the Smith file. Because probably I did go back to sleep and pull the Smith file and it kept working. Speaking of dreams, the ones you remember the most vividly are the do your entire morning routine up to opening the door to leave just to wake up. Okay. The moist. I think, you know what? I think I knew what you meant. The moist vividly. It's like, I don't want to hear about your moist dreams, man. That's a different. We're talking about nightmares here. Nightmares are cool. Moist dreams? Meh. Not so much in the Hawktober spirit, if you know what I mean. Yeah, no, I even had... Oh, that was personal. That's right. I know when I was a kid, I had dreams that were so vivid and made such an impact that, man, I would tell my friends about it. We played where we had our little different action figures, and I would play out what happened, like the story of my nightmare, and play out like with toys and stuff. And it wasn't like killing each other. It wasn't like those kind of dreams. It wasn't like violent dreams. It was just weird, creepy. Like, oh, we were like somehow in this one dream we were all these crazy places, but then we kept escaping in this Winnebago. And I remember thinking, oh, when we're in the Winnebago, it's safe. And at a certain point, the Winnebago was flying, and I was like, oh, it's a magic Winnebago. And we were able to like whatever crazy shit was happening, we were able to get in the magic Winnebago and fly away. And when I was a kid, I had a little like a toy camper, and so I'd play like replay what's happening in the nightmare based on the nightmare, where it's like, all right, this is the flying Winnebago, and we're gonna go different places. And when things are scary, we all jump into the camper, and we're all gonna fly away and escape. But that was all based on like a dream that I had that was like scary, really scary when it happened. Spaceballs. But yeah, trying to think, the most recent dream I could think of that was scary to me had to do with being in some place where there was a mass shooter. So that's a lot more rooted in things that happen in reality. The sort of things that really do happen to people that would be terrifying to think about. But being at a place like a mall or at a workplace where you know there's an active shooter. And I can't remember if I've actually ever been shot, but I know most of the dream is about what to do. Like, how are we going to get out of this and get away from the shooter? And that was, I don't remember how long ago that was, but I had a dream like that within the last year. And that really scared me. When I woke up, I was actually like startled. Oh, with my dream predicted Spaceball with the flying Winnebago. Although this dream was several years before Spaceballs came out. So maybe one of my friends that I played Flying Winnebago with knew Mel Brooks. His dad worked for Mel Brooks, and he was like, "Hey, this kid Ryan I play with has this dream. It's a nightmare. It's about flying. It's a flying Winnebago, and he gets into the full Winnebago and he flies." And then we watched Star Wars. And then he was like, "Wait, flying Winnebago, Star Wars? I gotta give a call to Mel." Then Spaceballs happened. You just have nightmares about your teeth falling out or you pulling them out because they're, oh my gosh. I think I've had dreams like that too. And that's actually, Evie, that's not an uncommon dream. I've heard, and I forget, there's even like some Freudian analysis, like what it's your subconscious way of articulating feelings of powerlessness or I don't know if it was powerlessness or what it was, but it was the fact that like your teeth, which are something that are supposed to just be there, just coming out like nothing. And it's supposed to be a metaphor for some kind of a fear. And I don't know if it's a fear of loss or a fear of like losing people that are close to you or what, but I know it's like that's like a common thing. Just pull them out. No problem. You see, there's a scene in Always Sunny where I think, Mac and Charlie were gonna fake their own deaths. And they're like, okay, we're gonna crash this car into a wall and set it on fire. And everyone's gonna think we're dead, but we're gonna have to make it look like we actually died. So we have to leave like some DNA And he's like I'll leave some of my hair, and like, Charlie, I think they were gonna pull out a tooth and leave a tooth in the car when they set it on fire, so that, like, as proof that they died. And so they get like a string, and they're like, okay, we're gonna pull the tooth out. And as he's saying what they're gonna do, Charlie just goes, here's one. It's like, it just came out. It just came right out. That's not normal. It just came out. And then he just goes like this. He's, oh, there's another one. Look, they're all coming. He just like pulls like 2 more out, and he's like, what's going on? It just came right out. But, I mean, it was a comedy, but it's also like disturbing. It was disturbing to see, like, to think about, like, or if you just tugged your teeth, if you just like randomly one time was like, I wonder if and it just like like it was just barely even on there, just boop. But yeah, no, that's an official thing that people freak out about. The idea of that happening. The porfit. So you went to the dentist recently and you had no cavities? Oh, I'm jealous. I need to go back to the dentist. I got cavities. I got problems. I never had cavities growing up. But then in my 20s, when I was working at the grocery store, we got free soda. And so I drank a ton of soda every day. Starting in my 20s, I got in the habit of drinking just tons of soda in general. Like, it was my main source of hydration. And I'm pretty sure I set my teeth on a crash course with cavities. So starting in my mid to late 20s, I started having lots of cavities. And then it got to the point where there was so much like little shit that needed to be done, but then there'd be one big problem one. And so we'd just be like, okay, let's just do the big one, and then hit a couple fillings and other things. And then, like, you have a certain amount of, like, insurance money that you get each year. And then once we'd hit that, it'd be like, okay, and we'll save the rest for next year. So I'm in a constant state where, like, my teeth are, like, they're okay, but there's always some stuff that probably needs to be done. At this point, we can afford it. It's just the production of actually going and getting that shit done. I've got one that I had fixed a couple months ago that it didn't take, and I'm pretty sure they're like, yeah, this tooth is looking like, it was like an old crown that has since been damaged. And he's like, that whole, like, tooth, like, if this crown goes, you're probably not going to be able to get another one. You probably need to get an implant. So it's just like, I'll wait till it really bothers me. It's not bothering me. I just can tell something's wrong with it. Mm-hmm. The face peeling scene from Poltergeist. But Evie, that's good that you have no cavities. I'm very happy for you. I'm a little jealous because ever since my 20s and into my 30s, I drank a ton of soda, and I blamed that for just the general down slope of, like, my teeth. And then once I hit like 40, I stopped doing all that. I stopped drinking soda for, like, all the time, and the things that my bad habits that really, I think I spent a lot of years messing up my teeth doing, I stopped doing. But I still just have like they kind of came out like in bad shape, not in great shape. So now it's just like, as the years go on, like, oh, this one's hurting now. Better go just checked out. You blame toothpaste for not tasting better? You gotta raise it, your new job that you haven't even started yet. Congratulations. I'm not sure how that works, but congratulations. Okay, that's one of my weaknesses too, because I've never been a flosser, and you really should be. You should. I don't think anyone should say I'm not a flosser. I don't know if that's okay, but I know a lot of people that are like that. It's like they don't work flossing into their daily routine, and for me, that's been a recurring problem too. Because I just brush. I have like a Sonicare. It's like a good toothbrush, but between the teeth, that doesn't get. And I know I'm supposed to, but it's just like, I don't like doing it. It makes me feel, when I do it, there have been times when I tried doing it, I would go through spouts where I would do it regularly. I'm always afraid I'm gonna like snag it and break my tooth, and I don't know. It makes me feel weird when I do it. But I need to just I need to do it. I'm glad you're bringing it up, Evie, because you're making me think about it again. But then the problem when you don't do it for a while, you're afraid once you start sticking stuff in there where nothing's been for a while, that's when you're going to realize, like, oh, everything's messed up between like these teeth right here. There's something screwed up going on that wasn't even bothering me, but now it's like things are screwed up. I've discovered something that's wrong in there because I didn't floss for so long. Toothpaste. Oh, I like my toothpaste, and I use mouthwash, and I use like the mouthwash with like the protection. It's supposed to like help your enamel build up and all that stuff. So it's not that I dislike the toothpaste, the toothbrushing and stuff, but it's just like usually I'll just brush my teeth in the morning though, and you're supposed to do it at night too. But a lot of times at night I'm just like, oh, you should do it before bed. But usually by the time I'm sleepy enough to go to bed, I'm like, oh fuck, I don't want to go do all that shit right now. I'm just gonna go to sleep. Leave me alone. It's time to go to sleep. If I go and do all that, I'll be wide awake again. It's a conundrum. Oh, you didn't floss before the other time and you had 5 cavities. Okay, so you've had cavities. But this time, you didn't. You know what? And that's the thing is I think it's better for your teeth to do it at night before you go to bed. If you're only going to do it once, the night is the best time to do it. Now, the reason I focus on the morning is because that's before I'm going to go to work or go to school, whatever I'm going to do. And I want my mouth to be clean. And I feel like, so that's why I want to do it in the morning, because if I got morning breath, brush your teeth, do the mouthwash, all that stuff, and then go to work, and then I feel better, like I'm not going to be breathing like horrible morning breath on people because I took care of it. So I think that's why I emphasize doing it in the morning. But they say doing it at night is maybe even, the dentists recommend doing at least one time a day really good. And I think night's better because night is where if you got stuff in between your teeth or gook that needs to be cleaned out and then you go to sleep, that's like 8 hours of that shit just sitting there. And when you're awake, you're more inclined to be, even though you're not brushing, you're talking and you might go, oh, what's that? And you pick stuff out that otherwise, if you go to sleep, it's just maybe just going to be there. So, yeah. Oh, gee, look at the time. It's almost it's almost 9. I started my stream like an hour late too. That's why I didn't put a game title on the stream tonight, because it's like I don't know what I'll probably play something at some point, but it may not be like, well, maybe I haven't decided yet. I could play more Resident Evil. Hey, Stone, what's up, man? Happy Hawktober to you, too. I was kind of hoping Brad would come here and try to talk me into playing Caves of Good. Because I don't think it's really a scary Hawktober material. And I don't even know that it'd be good streaming. But it's the kind of game I've been into this week, and Brad could probably talk me into playing it on stream. When otherwise, I feel for multiple reasons that it would not make for a good Hawktober stream. Although if y'all wanted to see it, I'd show it to you, but it's definitely not spooky. Brad says he thought it was spooky, but I think that's not accurate. Bite me auto reject? I think he's talking something about his autocorrect. I bet he's trying to say something to the effect of that Eevee, it's the best Eevee. But we get the idea. Reverse is the best Eevee. I think I know where he's going with that. Eevee, you get it? You feel like you know what he meant? It's the best Eevee on the internet. I've said it a million times. And I'll say it again. I stand by that. Oh, God. All right. I need to refill my water. Here. We're gonna go straight from the welcome screen to the break screen. I go refill my water and then I'll be right back. You guys should all, while I'm gone, think about whether you want to watch me play Caves of Could. It's funny you should mention Dwarf Fortress Stone because I picked this up last weekend. I've had it on my wish list for a couple years because I've seen videos about it. It looks like a very interesting game. And so I was deciding, like, do I want to buy this game finally? It never goes on deep sale. It's like $15. It always keeps going on sale for like $13.50. I keep thinking if it goes under 10, I'll buy it. It never ever does after like 3 years, 4 years. I don't know how long. It's been a while. So finally I was like, maybe I'm finally in the mood to try this. And I was watching some videos about it just to see like other people talking about it, to see like, how does this, like, is this what I want to play? Like, to convince me. So I'll watch videos sometimes for that reason, to see like people talking something up or down or whatever. And one person described this as a gateway. It's like a gateway drug on the road that eventually will lead to Dwarf Fortress. But it's obviously you're just one character. It's like like an open world adventure where you're just one character, except the graphics look like they're from 1990. Wait, what's Caitlin Raven? Oh, pre-op screaming. Screening. Yikes, Stone. 25th, huh? Alright, well. I wish you the best for that. Oh, no. Is it your first hernia surgery, or is it a mesh repair surgery? Well, I did for years, I did workers' comp medical document review, and hernias were one of the more common. Mostly we did orthopedic. I don't know if hernia counts as orthopedic. Because orthopedic usually more like bones and muscles, but I guess it seemed like those came up in there. And hernias, like they do mesh implants to contain the hernia. And then people have problems sometimes, not everyone, but people end up having trouble with like the mesh that's inside them, and they have to go back and have like a mesh revision surgeries like down the road. It's one of those things where if you need it, you need it, and it works like, for a lot of people. But I know I was like, oh yeah, I wonder like which hernia surgery is it for is it the original mesh implant, or is it like a revision like later because they need to like adjust the mesh or something? I'm not sure if it's that painful. I mean, the surgery is the type of surgery I'm pretty sure they put you under, right, Stone? I don't know for sure. It's gonna be mesh repair, okay. Now, does that mean you have mesh and they're gonna repair it, or they're gonna use mesh to repair the hole? Yeah. Oh, well, hernia is always something that I was like, I've always been worried about having one. I don't think I've ever had one. Can you have them and they're just minor and they go away? It's possible that I did when I was younger. But ever since, I remember when I was young, I think my grandma told me a story about someone she knew getting a hernia. And I was like, what, that can happen? I remember like the next year at school, we had to do like physical fitness tests, and I was doing sit-ups, and I felt like I pulled a muscle in my abdomen, and I was like, oh my God, I got a hernia. And I was like freaking out. I don't think I did, but I was always like, after that, I was always paranoid about doing sit-ups because I was like, oh, I'm gonna get a hernia. The fear never went away. I don't do sit-ups. When I'm getting out of bed, I make sure to roll in such a way that I don't have to use my abdominal muscles. So I like to keep maybe why my stomach is flabby, because I've made every effort for the last 40 years to never engage my core muscles out of fear of getting a hernia, which actually I think that makes you more likely to get a hernia. Because one of the problems of why you might get one is because you don't have the tone that you're supposed to have that helps keep everything contained. A weakened spot from wrestling. Oh my god, look at those stars. Where do those stars? Hold on, where do those stars come from? Is that Ava? Ava and her box of precious stars. How you doing, Ava? It just tore through. Yeesh. Well, there's a reason to never do wrestling. You get a hernia. In fact, just refrain from physical activity. It's too much of a risk of getting a hernia. Just relax. All this stuff, you're just going to get yourself hurt doing all this physical stuff. Just relax. Don't lift anything hard. Don't, whatever. You don't want to get a hernia. That's Game Lawyer's PSA. Don't engage in physical activity. Avoid hernias. Waiting for your lunch to arrive. All right. As one of the reasons I started my stream late is I actually ordered Thai food. It was, I don't know if I regret it or not. At first I couldn't decide whether I wanted Taco Bell or Thai. But all the Thai that I got was a little bit on, like, the flavorings were a little sweet. And after I got about halfway through, I was like, oh, I should have got Taco Bell. Hashtag first world problems. Should have got Taco Bell. You finally realized your birthday plans. Stone, you love physical activity, but look where it got you, man. Hernia. All right? I'm just saying, G-Law's PSA is don't do physical activities if you don't want to get a hernia. Taco Bell. I got I got some pad thai and red curry, which I think I've discussed on this channel before. There's a Thai place that I like, and that's become like what I get when I order is pad thai and the red curry. There's two separate dishes, and then I have leftovers. I'll eat half of one, half the other, and I put it in the fridge, and I'll have another like lunch the next day. Escape room experience, Mexican cantina for a taco and margarita lunch, then your Halloween costume birthday party at the club. Oh, Ava, your birthday sounds glorious. Both your birthday and your Halloween sound very, very good. Mostly my Halloween's gonna be, unless I'm sick, like I have been some years. But you know what? I don't think I've ever missed Halloween on stream. Have I? I'm pretty sure ever since I started streaming, at least starting in 2016, I've never missed a Halloween in the last 5 years for streaming. So that's what I'll be doing on Halloween. It's a big night on the Game & Lawyer channel. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, Brad, I was waiting for you to come here so that you could convince me that playing Caves of Good would be a spooky, appropriate game to play for Hawktober. Because even though I don't know if I buy that, I've been telling all these fine people about Caves of Good and how you suggested to me that it would be a good game to stream during Hawktober. So, we just been waiting for you to show up, Brad. So the real question is not, have I been wasting everyone's time just talking about nothing? The real question is, where have you been, Brad, to help steer us in the right direction? Yeah, we were talking about Ava's epic birthday plans, too. Her epic birthday / Halloween plans, because she's a child of Halloween. That's how I pronounce good. Well, I pronounce it because I watched a guy review it who kept saying Caves of Good, and then he's like, I don't know if I'm saying it right. I don't know if I'm saying. I'm just gonna do the abbreviation COQ, COQ. So he's like, but then he keeps saying could, and then he'd flash the word cock on the screen. Yeah. Well, Ava, it's a stone you're talking about. If the word you're talking about, fine people here, the skeptic, or is it that he said he's not doing anything for Halloween? You know he's going to be recovering from his hernia mesh repair. The Caves of Pipecock. Yeah, that's right. Well, it's Caves of Cud. And Cud is Q-U-D. So it literally is Caves, C of O Q, which, if you're going to pronounce the word, if it's C-O-Q, would be cock. So you could all say you came to the G-Law stream and he played with his cock. That's childish. Okay, that's childish. And in case there are children, just rest assured that I mean Caves of Could, and I would never do that other thing in that way in a public place where the children could see. All right, what the hell? Okay, so this is a little bit I keep playing with, and I just broke it even more. This is supposed to go on the top of my green screen's got a stand, and this thing's supposed to, like, you push this thing out and it's supposed to clip onto it, but it came broken. So I just leaned the green screen against it, and I actually contacted the seller to get another one, but I actually tried to fix it. So I glued it, and then it broke off, and now it was just sitting on my desk because before the stream, I wrote a message to the seller saying like, hey, this thing came broken. I like the green screen, but I just need this little $5 bit. I don't want to return it because it came broken. I don't want to return it. I just want the bit replaced. Oh, here we are again. This totally unique intellectual property, not to be slanderously confused with a certain song from 1984, very popular, involving a pop star turning into a werewolf, dancing with a bunch of zombies, being a zombie maybe for a little bit. He was a zombie, then he was a werewolf. It's kind of confusing, but this song has nothing to do with that. It's a totally unique intellectual property. But don't ever let anyone catch me saying otherwise. Thriller. You'll be more fine. Okay. What could is referring to in the game, and you played it. I'm trying to remember if could is the world, or if could is there's like that certain area where like all the caves are where the shit happened. It might be that particular area was could. I can't remember. I think they explain it though in the beginning. The caves of cock. We're all too lively to be fine people. Oh, that's a nice recovery. Stone, you almost turned into a compliment. You've been threatening to pull a cock out for an hour now. Stop dangling cock in front of us. Either whip it out or play with your cock at your own time. Don't make you grab your warlock. So, you know what? We're having a weird hangout stream. I'll show you my cock. Caves of Could. COQ. We'll just call it Caves of Could maybe for now on. Just to avoid any confusion, you know? Oh, this music though. Yeah. All right, now we're back to Halloween stuff.
45 seconds of gameplay.
Oh gosh darn it. Of course my green screen setup is screwy. Here, let's fix this. Never realized till I changed scenes that I haven't got my green screen set up right. Okay. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the upper corner, my green screen is oval shaped, which is it's a little bit inconvenient since cameras capture a rectangular image. That if you have an oval shaped green screen, that means the tops and the sides of the green screen is going to end up being little corners, like corners cutting across, if you don't frame it right. There's a whole bunch of green screen you can't use. Let's see. Here we go. Is it going to capture my... There we go. There it is. I was wondering if OBS was going to capture my cock. And it did. Right there. Let's see. I'll just start a new game. Hey, Mine69. Oh, is this too loud? This sounds really loud. Yeah, this graphic right here looks really nice. The rest of the game doesn't look like this, but this sets maybe the tone. This looks spooky, doesn't it? This looks like it could be a scary game. Let's see, we'll do, I'll get a new character from scratch. Let's do the one I'm familiar with. Wait, what? Where? Hello? There we go. There's the mutated humans. They get mutations and have moderate starting attributes. And then there's the true kin, which is just full human, no mutations, access high starting attributes, access to cybernetics, 20 bonus skill points each level, bonus resistances on arcology of origin, and may rebuke robot. So the fact that I can't get more than 30 minutes into a playthrough without dying, and this is a roguelike in the sense that when you die, you start over. You don't respawn. That's it. So that's scary, right? Ooh, spooky. Permadeath. Oh shit, I forgot. Do I have to do this? What? Alright, I don't know what happened there. I thought they were looking pretty good. I think I'd like to have everything so at least I don't have, like, a penalty. But these numbers all seem weird. Like, I shouldn't have to go to 16. It's like D&D stats. I shouldn't have to go to 16 just to not have something be terrible. Intelligence actually turns out to be kind of... Alright. Ego, maybe I don't... Nah, we'll leave it at that. You want to rebuke robots? Yeah. I should distribute randomly. I've also been playing Adam. What is that? Ancient Domains of Mystery. Since you pointed me in that direction, Brad, most of this week, that's what I've been playing. Because it feels like a little more straightforward, like fantasy. It's the same style of game, but it's slightly... Well, in some ways, this game has better features, has more modern creature conveniences, even though it looks like it's more ancient and busted. Uh-oh. Could your wife hear if I was talking some shit? I've had trouble in Adam too. But I've gotten where I think I got up to level 11, but I keep dying. I'm still in the very early game in Adam. All right, I'm just gonna do Praetorian because it's got a sword and a shield. I like that, and he also gets bow and rifle. So it seems like he's got all the basics. And there are all these. You start with one implant, and after trying a few different ones, I think like some of these are definitely more advantageous than other. Like this one helps you avoid damage, like be less likely to hit. But I like the night vision, because night gets dark in this game, and having to like fumble with one of your hands to get a torch and hold the torch, you put away your shield and get out the torch every time it gets dark. It's a pain in the ass. It's much better just be able to like toggle your night vision on and off. Toggle ability to see in the dark. Gila 2.0! Minimize your ego. Yeah, it's definitely easy to die. Like, you'll think, oh, I'm doing pretty good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, looks like I'm going to die now. I was doing really good in my last playthrough. I got to like 11 or 12. This is an Adam. I was 11th or 12th level paladin. And I got a quest to kill, like, the crime boss in the rogue village nearby. Which I go to there to sell my shit all the time. And there's a crime boss that will, like, hire you to do something. But I got a mission to kill him. And I'm thinking, well, I'm level 12. I'm kind of badass. And so I went in there and I just was like, hey, crime boss. Bam! Punch you right in the nose, you know? And then he hit me like once and I lost a third of my health and I was poisoned. Like double poisoned automatically. And I'm like, oh, this isn't going to go well. I'm going to run away. And I took 3 steps and the poison killed me. Like, all right, well, guess I know not to attack him in the future. What should we call our new Truekin Praetorian? This will be because this is inspired by Brad. Our Praetorian will be called Brad Pritchard. This turns out to be like a super long playthrough. I always name my characters under the assumption that they're about to die. So I've just been doing like Goodwin the second, Goodwin the third, Goodwin the fourth, Goodwin the fifth. Instead of coming up with a new name each time. Oh, she's gone now. On the 16th of Tibet Ux, you arrive at the oasis hamlet of Joppa along the far rim of the Great Salt Desert. All around you, moisture farmers tend to groves of viridian water vine. There are huts wrought from rock salt and brine stock. On the horizon, Kud's jungles strangle chrome steeples and rusted archways. It's like the ancient, like, what would it be, modern cities. In the background are all just like ruins in the distance. Rusted archways to the earth. Further and beyond, the fabled spindle rises above the fray and pierces the cloud-ribboned sky. Bradios. So this little dude down here, that's Brad Pritchard. And let's see, what has he got? And I've been playing Adam all week, so I'm gonna probably fumble because I have to. It's similar, but it's different, like how to control it. So his actual stats ended up not being too terrible. And the world is somewhat the same, but a lot of the lore and stuff is randomly generated each time. So a lot about the world gets randomly created each time. Even when it comes to like diseases and the cures for those diseases will be different in each playthrough. So a lot about the world, just how the world works itself, down to its like basic mechanics, is fair game to change when you start a new game. I think you can. I could eat it, Brad. But see, maybe this was also why Brad was super excited about this, is because where is it? You can basically. I think you can eat. Where's the love injector? I forget how to look at this stuff. Look. A slender metal tube used to deliver various toxics. Oh, that's just the injector. The effect of this one. You feel unusually amorous for about a day, during which time you'll fall in love with the first thing you look at. If you inject someone else, they'll fall in love with you and follow you around for 3,000 to 60 or 3,600 rounds. There's a 4% failure rate for every level higher they are than you. This is okay. I've never actually tried to use this thing on anything. Maybe I will. But is there an eat? Oh, no, Brad, there's no eat. I thought finally I was going to play a game that would allow me to inappropriately eat any object in the game. All I can do is apply it to myself or someone else. I can add notes. Cannot be eaten. Because I know Brad would want. If this is Brad Pritchard. There. So if we ever look at this again, it's gonna be known. Remove notes. Look. There it is. Notes at the bottom. Cannot be eaten. Brad Pritchard. But yeah, I guess, Maxie, I guess you could consider porn stars moisture farmers. Yeah, a little bit like poor Nick. I played that XCOM campaign for like 2 or 3 years on my channel. Nick was gone the first he was gone the first day. He went out first mission, bam. Him and Joss both, bam. Out. No wonder Joss didn't come to my stream for 2 years. Let's see. So we'll talk to this guy. Live and drink, friend. May you find shade in Joppa. If any of you have ever... It reminds me a little bit of... If anyone ever read Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert Heinlein, the alien in that world does like water was precious in his culture, and so when he came to Earth, he had this thing about doing a water ritual, and in this world is kind of the same way. There's water everywhere, but it's like polluted or salty or whatever, and pure water is such a rarity that it's used as the currency in this game. And it's also used, like, you can start a water ritual with somebody, which is supposed to be like a very intimate bond, or very like it's like a promise or a to be like blood brothers or allies or whatever. And this game has like a crazy faction system. Everything's part of a faction. Like even just the wildlife. There's like a faction for the bats have their own faction. Everything's got like a faction. And a lot of stuff's bad and just going to try to kill you. That's all it'll ever do anyways. But if you have a blood ritual with somebody and then you betray them later, apparently that's universally despised. So you could make a blood pact with some terrible creature. Say you could convince a leech to do a blood pact with you. Like somehow if it could consent and do it with you. And then you stepped on that leech later on purpose. Then all the good people of the village, everyone would hate you because you did a blood ritual with somebody and then you betrayed them later. Yeah, Ava is one of the few that made it to the end. Let's see. Tell me about Joppa. This is the town I'm in. Be wise to speak to Elder Arudad. Look for his hut to the north. I'm in search of work. Some critters are eating on water vines. Fearock claims he saw one slinking around a vine patch. Ugly little thing. He says, pale white, 8 legs, and ear-splitting whine. I've noticed a bit of red dirt in the water vine pool. The same we find in the soil at the nearby cave to the north we call Red Rock. Travel to Red Rock and kill as many of these critters as you can. Bring back the corpse of one, too. Elder Erudad will reward your efforts. So yeah, you can say, I will perform no such peasant's task. Or you say, yeah, I'll do as you ask. First, I need to get paid and make friends, right? So now I've got a new quest. And I'll keep going around the town. Pick up a couple. Oh, there's this priest. I've never done his thing. Wanderer, orphan of the salt, hear me to the north and west through the great salt desert. The 6-day stilt splits the earth in two. Seek there the grandeur of Shinkregna. First among fathers, release yourself from the burden that Chrome bears on your sickly flesh. I guess he's like anti-implant? I don't know what his deal is, but he's like, wait, release yourself from the burden that Chrome bears on your sickly flesh. Are they going to rip my implants out? It's like a cult city. I'm like, sure. I've never actually gone there. I never survived long enough to get to this, whatever the city is. So I accept the quest every time, and probably I go there and they're going to rip all this shit out of my body and kill me. And then I'll know if I'm going to play the implant type of character. Maybe don't go there next time. He yearns to make me a ranger. No, Nick. I spent the next 3 years feeling bad about that. Especially because I think I was kind of careless. I'm just like, hey, look. These guys specialize in getting in close with their shotguns. 5 seconds later, Nick's dead. I'm just trying to show you how it works. Welcome, friend. What do you desire? I will start. I am Brad Pritchard. Who are you? Brad, does it bother you that I named this character you, and that as I'm role-playing this character, it's in a sense, I'm role-playing you? Not what you would do, though, because I'm not going to eat everything like you would do. It is a pleasure, friend Brad Pritchard. I am Tam. Do you live here? Joppa is my home, yes. Once I walked the burger like so many of my brethren. But upon meeting Elder Iridad, I knew at once to settle down here. You will understand, friend, if you speak to him. Oh, what kind of creature are you? I'm a dromad, friend, salt strider. My people have walked the salt for thousands of years, eating every creature that lives and thinks. You will not find better, more resourceful traders in all of Kud than we. So I think Kud is just a world at this point. You love this character's name, but you're not a huge fan of the namesake, but very happy with the Caves is good character. Okay, Brad. I realize I didn't even ask your permission to use your name. I just named him Brad because you're the only person that like knows and has any awareness of being enthusiastic about this game. I'm not sure anyone else here is watching right now going, this game looks fucking awesome. Although, who knows, maybe like I can see Nick looking at this and going, oh, that's weird. Maybe I'll try it someday. And so you can also just do trades with anybody. So this guy's a merchant, and here's all this stuff he's got. And in fact, I'm gonna buy his arrows and his the bullets for my weapon. And I think I'm gonna get his arrows too. Just they restock periodically, but ammo is one of those things that can be kind of hard to get a hold of. Let me see what else. I think ammo's the main thing. There's food is also a thing, but in this game, I don't know if you can starve to death, but you can always, as long as you can make camp and set up a campfire, you can always make a meal and satiate your hunger. Like special food ingredients, you can learn cooking recipes and stuff. When you actually make stuff, it just gives you buffs and bonuses. You do have to eat, but you can eat without using like ingredients you find. It'll just randomly say, oh, you pick up some grass and a beetle and whatever and make food, and now you're satiated. You're unlikely to try it someday. I don't know if you would. I just threw it out there because it's sort of rando thing that could appeal to someone that's into pen and paper role-playing games. Or not, as the case may be. Maybe I'll show you Adam, too, before the night's out. You'd be like, oh, that looks more palatable than whatever this is. And I don't think I want to sell anything that I have, so we're just going to offer... I have to pony up 4 drams of fresh water. It's fine. All right. So we will... You can walk around the village a little bit. There's a shrine. Good. Depicts significant life events from the ancient Sultan Rashef. In 3 AR, Rashef cleansed the marshland of the plagues of Jir and taught Abram to sow water vine along the fertile tracts. And then this puts you in your, like, you get a little lore journal. I can go up and pray to it too. I don't know what, yeah, I'll say a little prayer. You voice a short prayer beneath the shrine to Rashef, the last sultan. I don't know if that does anything. So you do find shrines to some pretty, like, twisted looking things, so could be maybe it's bad, something bad karma if you pray to the bad shit. This is programmed in Cobalt. Actually, and this was someone who reviewed this, was like, they made this in Unity. So this is a game engine where modern games are made. But they used it to make this. So someone was like, I don't know why you would make this game in Unity. Maybe he wants the option to add modernized tiles later, or I don't know if there are mods for this game too. Brad, do you know anything about that? Is there anyone, like, any way to get modernized tile sets to cover up these 1980s graphics? They don't bother me that much. Oh, I can turn the night vision off. There we go. It's not all green. I forgot the reason it was all green is because that's what it looks like with my night vision. So see, look, all these colors, the graphics are much better now. All right, we'll talk to the elder. Live and drink, wayfarer. Welcome to the Oasis Joppa. Here you'll find shade and victual, along with other provisions to help better scour the rust caves for treasure. Above all else, you may drink of our fresh water and quench your thirsts. What can you tell me about Joppa? Joppa is an oasis hamlet nestled in the eastern reaches of the great salt pans and jungles of Kud. We are a community of water vine farmers. These groves lie along some of the few tracts of land tame enough to grow water vine. What can you tell me about Kud? Kud is a strange and terrifying mesa to the northeast. Okay, so now it's like, maybe it's not the whole world, it's just that place in the northeast. Her tainted rivers breed life in all its motley forms. Her poisoned jungles shelter priceless relics of the forgotten past. But that is just the half of it, for Kud's most precious treasures and her most hideous children lie within the innumerable chrome caverns beneath the scarlet loam. To ply the silver hollows, a spry adventurer's dream. The years have wizened me beyond such foolish ambitions, but you be not disheartened so. All right. Let's see, does he have anything to sell me? Bandages, good. Bandages are good to have. I'm going to buy a couple bandages. Wait, how did I? All right, there we go. I don't want to buy all of them because they're kind of pricey. I'm going to buy 5. All right. And let me have a look at... Actually, let me look at this guy. Admired by the villagers, disliked by succulents for selling a map to their vaults. Of their vaults to adventurers. I don't know what succulents are. Let's see. This guy is... But he's really loved here, so... Oh. Ain't they wishing heart keep pumping? Move long if they do. I don't know what the hell he's talking about, but you know what, bro? I love you. Let's do a water ritual. You share your water with Warden Ulreg and begin the water ritual. Your reputation with the Fellowship of Wardens increases by 100 to -50 because they admire Warden Ulreg. Your reputation with the villagers of Jalpa increases by 100 to -40. Because they dislike the Warden, your reputation with succulents decreases by 50 to -50. Apparently I was neutral with the succulents. And also because they despise the Warden, my reputation with worms has decreased by 100 to -170 or 575. So, I guess my worms out in the world, they didn't like me at a -475 reputation. But now, the worms like me even less. Oh yeah, alright Stone, have a good night, man. Oh, hold on a sec. Just realized I've lost some of my windows on the other side. There we go. See, but then as you start getting reputation, I don't have enough yet, but you can ask them to share secrets and things with you. So, let's see. I don't want to do with the Elder, because I think... Well, let me check and see if it's the same. Okay, so the Elder's loved by the village, so I can get in good with him if I do a water ritual. But he's hated by the goat folk for sowing their fields with salt. I don't know who the goat folk are, but I'm a little worried that maybe goat folk aren't all that bad. This guy just had some more weird history with them. I don't know if later I learned goat folks are a bunch of dicks, then I won't be so worried about getting in good with their most hated enemies. But for now, I'm just going to keep a little distance from the Elder. I'm not going to do a blood ritual with him. Or no, the worm is a whole faction. So, yeah, but I'll look down and it's like, oh, my worm fucking hates me now. Because I shared water with this guy. Sorry, guy. Sorry, little worm boy. Let's see. This guy... Oh, he's disliked by frogs for releasing snakes into one of their camps. So frogs in the world are part of a faction, and they do not like this guy. Also, worms don't like this guy either because he eavesdropped on one of their secret ceremonies and thereby fell into their poor graces. And he's hated by newly sentient beings for selling a map of their vaults to adventurers. Now, hold on a minute. Newly sentient beings? Hate this guy? What do I want? Do I want to try to stay neutral with newly sentient beings? I'm a little worried to piss off newly sentient beings because I don't know what. Okay, I'm not gonna do a water ritual with this dude until I find out more about what these. Let's see. Now this guy you can't do a ritual with. I wonder if this trader dude I could. I don't know if he does a ritual. Oh, he doesn't have factions. So you can't do a ritual with him. Okay. So this is the sign, an etched and painted terracotta sign. It reads, "Go away." All right, I'm gonna go in because I know this dude loves conversation, mumbling, tensile strength, and Revlon were lacking in dino elasticity, retro threading, and the M-bang would probably. Oh, I didn't notice you there. That's because I was ignoring you. Mumbling. Noting a trace yield of synthetic linseed solvent. I'm just gonna stare at him. Unexpected deviation from the clank constant. Clears throat loudly. Must you disturb me? What are you, some sort of treasure hunter? At the very least, make yourself useful and bring me a knick-knack from one of the caves. I may reward you. Where can I find such a cave? There are caves everywhere, you dolt. This is Kud. Try the rust wells just east of here. I'll return with your knick-knack. You received a new quest. Fetch Argive a knick-knack. You have finished a step, find a knick-knack. So it turns out some of the things that I already have on me, those like injectors and things, are considered I think those are considered knick-knacks. But those are real valuable. So I'm going to hold on to that, and I'm going to wait and see if I can find some knick-knacks that maybe aren't as valuable out in the caves. Because I got to go out anyways, right? You have no idea what's going on? It's an RPG. All right, I got a quest. I got 2 quests. I have to go see what's eating the water vine up at the red rock. And then there's that priest that wants me to go to his place where they hate implants, apparently. And then I got to find Argive a knick-knack. That's what's happening there in a nutshell. So I think I could just push a button and go to the world map. This is the world map. You can see there's Red Rock up here. And over here, these red things, these are the rust wells where the guy says I could find knickknacks. But I think I'm going to go to Red Rock first because I could probably find knickknacks at Red Rock. See, Brad, it's all very clear. So this is the world map, and you can toggle between, I just moved to space. You can toggle between being in the world map or going down into an actual area. So this is like actual like space that I'm in. You can, at any point you can pop in and look around. If you need to eat, you can pop into a local map like this and set up your set up a campfire and cook, etc., etc. And as long as you aren't in combat, or you also have a thing where you get lost. If you get lost, it'll put you in this map, and you've got to explore around till eventually you gain your bearings, and then you can go back to the overworld map and continue on your journey. Well, this is just like Horizon Zero Dawn. It's the graphics and the interface they're a little more, shall we say, rustic. That's all. But use your imagination as your rendering engine, and this is speed just like it's a post-apocalyptic, just like Zero Dawn. You could get a bow and arrow. You can pretend you have red hair. I don't know if you can tame dinosaurs. You can tame the stuff in this game, though. You can shoot it with a love potion. It'll be your friend. Let's see. Well, we're gonna go. Oh, here we go. All right, we want to go into this place. You have finished the step. Travel to Red Rock. Of the quest, What's Eating the Water Vine? You gain 50 XP. Now, Brad may be serious, or he may not be serious. Oh, see, now it's pitch black. That's what I'm going to put on my implant, because it's, there's a little, you can't see it up here, but there's a little icon that shows, like, where the moon or the sun go over here. But see, now that I got that night vision, I just activate it, and now I can see. It's not colorful, And this little monkey dude. Oh, there's the one right here. I'm gonna see if they're. Oh, they're hostile. All right, so I'm gonna. I've got an ability to mark target, and I'm gonna start shooting them with my rifle. But you were completely serious? Well, see, that's the thing. Is honestly, a lot of people might look at this game right now and go, "This game looks like shit." But for the people that put some time into this, their minds get kind of blown by this game. By like how much is going on, and a little bit like well, like Dwarf Fortress, some people will like that about too, but that's even harder to get into. But if you think about, now it's not the same, but a game like Kenshi, and I played a little bit of Kenshi, and Kenshi is something that where there's not a main quest or anything like that, but there's an open world that kind of behaves. It's like it has its own life of its own, and you go in that world and interact with it. And it has what they call emergent storytelling. So interesting things happen. And sometimes almost like compelling stories unfold. But they're not written by a game developer. They're inherent as things that can happen, just inherent in the mechanics of the game that can unfold and create real stories. And so this game has got a reputation for being like, on that level, people spending some time with it and then being kind of blown away with like, oh god, I didn't realize, wow, that's pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna mark the target on this guy, and then we're gonna shoot him. Oh, shoot this guy, he's closer. Oh, he's dead. Okay, mark this guy. Shoot him. He's dead. Okay, mark this guy. There's another one over here. Oh, this rifle's kind of badass. Oh, I need to reload. All right, reloaded. Damn, this one's okay, now he's gone too. Small stones. They all had small stones. Okay, there's. You know what? I don't want to waste all my bullets on these guys. So let's do a. I'm gonna actually. Come here! Man, they're all like running away and shit. Ooh, that kind of hurts. I need to get a bow. So, because arrows are much more plentiful than bullets. You run out of bullets. If you waste your bullets on a bunch of stupid garbage, then you're not going to have them when you really need them. Brad's talking out of his swamp frog cave? No, Brad actually really likes this game. For reals. You think that's why I can't lose faction with them because I made fun of their small stones? My health has dropped below 60%. Oh, crap. Oop! I gained a level. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Character sheet. So there's all these different skills that you can increase. See, is there anything cheap that I can immediately start using that's going to help me live better? A rifle. No. I think there's some general. Yeah, let me minimize some of these because some of these categories I'm not going to invest in until I have more points. Wayfaring looks interesting, but not yet. I like some of the stuff like is it endurance? Acrobatics. Swift reflexes for 75. That seems like that's good. +5 to defense value when flinching away from missiles. So those dudes throwing their rocks at me, I can avoid this more easily if I do this. Gotta go get some stuff done. Alright, you gotta go do that thing about that guy, about the thing. Alright, it's good to see you, Ava. Again, this is Hawktober is your month. I've seen you twice now. Was it 3 times? I know I've seen you. This is your month to shine. So have a good day, and we'll see you next time. All right, so I'm gonna buy the acrobatics. Yeah, I want to buy acrobatics. All right. But I think I need to heal a little bit. Why am I hurting right now? So if you just stand and you can pass time until you heal. All right, now I'm healed. I hit a button to say pass time till you heal. As long as you don't get attacked or something else happen, it'll just progress the number of turns until you've regained your health. All right, so there's some stairs going down. I'm going to explore the surface of the zone first before I go down. But that's where I'm going to have to go to look for the those creatures I need to find are going to be down in the caves. So come here, you little son of a bitch. Now, one thing I like about this better than Adam is it remembers the stuff in the world when you've killed it. It doesn't have a bunch of random respawn. Damn, I'm kind of hurt. Whereas in Adam, you'll be in a dungeon level, and you'll clear a room, and you could be walking away from that room, and more monsters spawn in there, like as you're like just out of your vision as you're walking away. I came in. I came out of the gates hot in Hawktober, but you reverted to Thursday streams. It's been a quiet. I've been like a little introverted this week. Part of it's because I've been playing games like this. I've just been sitting and quietly playing like Adam and Caves of Good. All right, can I see another one of those apes? And welcome back, Ethan. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, for some people this might look awful, but I found myself like unexpectedly absorbed in this game, and then Brad pointed out this other one, Adam, that we already got from a Humble Monthly like 6 months ago that I didn't know what it was at the time. So it's like when you do Humble Monthly, you get like 12 games every month, and usually you've heard of maybe 3 or 4 of them, and the other are just like rando games where you're like, you might look quickly at the description and go, oh, like a lot of little indie games and stuff. And once I started getting into this game and this type of game, I kind of wanted to explore more. Brad's like, yeah, Adam is really good too, and you own that already. I was like, oh shit. So then I checked that out, and because it was like traditional, I mean, it's straight out of D&D, like the races and the classes that you can be, and the whole feel. This is a lot more like what the fuck alien type of what, like everything's a little bit weird. It's its own unique setting, and it's alien and unfamiliar. Whereas Adam is like, oh, you want to be a dwarven paladin? You want to be a dark elf ranger? And it even is like dark elves live in the Underdark and they worship the Spider Queen Lolth, which is like ripped straight out of Dungeons and Dragons, right down to like, oh, the Underdark and that goddess with that name. Okay, I think I know where this guy is getting his ideas. But for me, there's an appeal to that because I love all that. I love Dungeons and Dragons. I think maybe a few of you are aware of this. So when I start, and then the graphics are a little bit more. It's got a slightly more modernized tile set than this. It still looks primitive as fuck, but doesn't look. It looks more like late '90s RPGs as opposed to late '80s RPGs, which is how this looks. All right, we're gonna go down into the dungeon. Oh, there's those plants in the wall. Okay, now this, I think that's a kobold. Oh, I keep thinking of them. They're snapjaw scavengers. Tussocks of fur dress, skin stretched over taut muscle. Upright he stands, but he looks ready to drop onto fours. His snout snarls and his ears twitch. He barks, and his hyena tribesman answers. So this is basically like kobolds. He's a swarmer. He gets bonuses for each one of his compatriots that are nearby. And he is easy but hostile. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's buried enough. I don't know. It's there. Like when you look at the race descriptions, if you look at the Dark Elf description, it's like, oh yeah, he ripped that straight out of Wizards of the Coast. Or I guess it would have been probably maybe TSR at the time. I can't, when they first came up with that stuff. How many bullets do I have? Okay, I got 4 in the chamber. Oh, I still got 27. Well, I'm gonna reload at least, but this guy's no real danger. Ooh, what am I using for a weapon? He's got a battle axe. Oh, bronze battle axe. Those suck. Okay, never mind. Oh, this guy's like an archer dude. Come here, you little crap. He's got an iron longsword. He's got a short bow. I'm gonna take that shit. Okay, now I forget which button's the get button. This is one thing, is this game assumes that you're playing on a regular keyboard, but because I use my gamepad, I just have my gamepad programmed with all sorts of junk. Okay, here it is. So I take a keyboard's worth of keys and I program it into this thing. And I've also got all sorts of like shift states. So if I push this, then all the other buttons can be programmed to be something different. That sort of thing. Okay, the sap mask, actually, that can act sort of like a gas mask. If I don't know when I'm going to need that, but I'm going to grab that too. The iron longsword, you know, I'll pull onto that because something happens to my longsword. I'm skilled in full-size swords, so that'd be nice to have in the background. Get that. Get that. And the rest... Wait, I didn't pick up the sap mask. Yeah, this is like balls to the wall action here, Brad. And I didn't get it. This is the treasure chest. Let me check this shit out. Oh, I didn't want to take the chest. I wanted to see what was inside it. All right, whoops. Probably whatever was in it's probably just all in my inventory now. Like that bronze dagger. I still got space. It wasn't too heavy. No, I didn't want to undo my shield. Praetorian's cloak, steel longsword. Right. No. This is me fighting with the interface. Let's get that shield back on. I accidentally pushed a button and armed a usable item instead of my shield. Here it is. There it is. My shield's back in my right hand, right where it should be. There. Might as well put this on. Fighting with the interface. The face. Select an item. Yeah. There it is. Alright. Right arm, left arm. I don't think there's anything else in my inventory that I should be equipping at this point. Although using that short bow is... Eat the food cube. Why would I eat the food cube before I'm hungry, Brad? Food is not to be wasted for no reason. You gotta use it for nourishment, right? But you know what? You are Brad Pritchard and this is Brad Pritchard, so let's see what happens. I think usually I just never end up eating those food cubes and then I'll die with them in there. No, I don't want to arm it with the... Okay, hold on. I'm not going to carry my meat cube instead of a shield. The food cube is unequipped. Okay, let's get back up here. I'm going to eat the food cube, Brad, just like you want. You eat the food cube. It hits the spot. You are now sated and quenched. Well, Brad, here's the thing. I was already sated and quenched. So, well, you want me to wield the food cube? The food cube will provide me with no armor value. Is that what you really want, Brad? Me to be holding like a cube of food instead of a shield? Go into combat? Is that what you want for your namesake here? Or is namesake the one that is named after you? Or is it the one that you're named after? Now I'm getting confused. Okay. I already had a short sword. I realize I'm not paying attention to what... Oh, there's one of these guys. Bronze battle axe. Ooh, this got a painted iron dagger. We'll take that because anything that's special like that is worth a little bit more. So I'm gonna grab that just to sell, even though I'm not planning on using it. Oh, damn it! Get. Oh, wooden buckler. That's good too. Buckler's good because you can just put it on your arm and get extra armor. You don't have to hold it in a hand. Where'd it go? Buckler. Just manually equip it so it doesn't do anything dumb. We'll put it on my left arm above my sword. On my sword arm. There we go. So sated and quenched. Hey, what's this guy? Oh! Oh, it looked like a farmer. It's a snapshot. It doesn't look like the other ones. This guy looks like he's just like, oh, hello there, boy. What are you doing here? Do you want to go pick the fields? No. Leather armor. A crab farmer disguise. That's why. Shit, I kind of want in on that action. I don't know what I want to do with a crab farmer disguise, but I've never had one of those before. No wonder I was like, he looks like a farmer. Alright. Let's get that shit. I'm not going to equip it, though. Although, what am I wearing for armor? Body? Oh, chainmail. That's pretty good. I think that's better than a farmer costume for combat purposes. Oh, my health is... Yeah, okay. What's happening? I'm cutting a spider web. My health suddenly dropped, but then I gained a level. Let's see. Anything I can do? I like investing in, like, the cooking. There's things you can do to gather, like cooking and gathering. meal preparation. But to see if I spend 100 on this, I can make meals, but I can't harvest ingredients until I have an extra 100. So same here. Tinkering seems like a good thing. But you spend 100. What does Gadget Inspector do? I'm better at examining artifacts. That's helpful. But then you don't start getting the stuff, the components to like craft and repair stuff until you invest further in here. You know what? I think I've heard customs and folklore is a good thing to invest in. I don't have the points for it. The reason being is if I get my intelligence up to 21, the skill trash diving is actually supposed to be really good. But I can't upgrade right. I think I'm going to wait till I hit 200, then I can decide what to do, because none of the skills that I can invest in right now are going to be super helpful until I can also go on to invest in like one of the first additional sub skills in those categories. So I'm just going to chill about that. Was I too dumb for it? I thought I was okay. I thought I was smart enough for it, not for everything in it. But the problem was more that I don't have the skill points. Oh, I don't have the intelligence for those things either, do I? You're right. What's my intelligence? You need 19 for tactful and 21 to do trash diving. Who knew that hobos were actually secret geniuses to be able to do what they do? So my intelligence is only 18. So that means I could, if I get one more intelligence, I can, I'll have enough to be tactful. And then I need 2 more after that to be able to trash dive. Every few levels you get a skill that you can add. In fact, did I get one yet? Oh, I do have 1 attribute point. So you know what? I know intelligence is going to be important, and I don't have it. So I'm going to need some more of it. So I'm just going to preemptively put that there, and that'll start helping me with certain things right away, like identifying relics. Okay, there's the stairs down, but part of this is gaining experience and loot, so I'm going to finish out looking for this level. The wall monster. Oh, there's another chest up here. Copper nugget? I think that's worth something. Weird artifact. Those are good. Those are like magic items, but before you know what they are. And wooden arrows. Yeah, there's some good shit in here. The bronze battle axe is not so great. Oh, well, first off, remember who you're talking about here, Brad. This is Brad Pritchard. So before you go knocking his intelligence, just remember who you're talking about here. All right? And you clearly see intelligence is 19. So that's pretty good. All right? Don't put yourself down, Brad. All right. Let him come in. There we go. Some cloth overalls and a bronze dagger. No, I'm not interested in either one of those things. What hurt me? A seed whizzes past from the southeast. Okay, there are these plants and they shoot shit at you. Damn, I really took a lot of... He took like a third of my health just to get over here. Alright, I'm going to come over here and just chillax for a second. Snapjaw corpse. Leather armor and iron mace. Nah. I think I'm just going to chill over here for a minute. Okay, so it's not letting me auto rest to heal because there's a bad guy over there. So I'm going to manually just pass my turns. What was that? Ooh, campfire. Not that I need one right now. I ate my food cube, so I'm sated and quenched. I think in this one, like a 0, so in order to have like not a penalty, 16 is the average. In Adam, I think it's very much like exactly like D&D stats. There's a wide brim hat and a bronze dagger. No, I don't need that. When I stand on the corpse, I can see in the stuff over to the left says what I'm standing on. All right, a staff, sturdy wooden buckler. Wait a minute, I think I have just a regular wooden buckler. I think I want to get in on this sturdy wooden buckler shit. Wait, is that about the same though? What I have? I'm gonna grab it and then I want to see what I'm wearing. It's just a wooden buckler, but the stats are identical. £5. Is a sturdy wooden buckler £5 too? Yep, it's basically exactly the same. All right, I'll hold on to it. It's light. I'll hold on to it, sell it. It's already spoopy, Maxie, isn't it? Brad, we have to ask Brad, because Brad is the one who assured me that this was a spooky game and it would be appropriate for a Hawktober stream. What is this guy? Look, spooky beetle. Ooh, scary. Look, Brad is filled with existential dread. I mean, I'm taking his word for it, because this is not normally the type of game that I would stream in Hawktober. Okay. So I think I've finished this level. It's gonna auto run back. This auto run's not very efficient. Where was the stairs down? And you can have them auto go to the stairs down if you forgot. There they are. It roams and ingests. Oh no. Does that disturb you or make you jealous, Brad? Oh, yeah, Brad Pritchard. It's you. Okay. Now I want to go down the... There we go. Oh, there's something killing the gnolls over here. Alright. Cloth overalls, a hand axe. Desert Chris? Leather moccasins? Do I have any shoes? I have blood-stained leather boots. I think they're normally just leather boots, but they became blood-stained. I can actually clean those off, but I have no real incentive to do so at the moment. I think the blood will come off eventually. Oh, if it's stained, I'm going to have to wash it, huh? Oh, there's an arrow here. Oh, you take the wooden arrow automatically. Okay, you can automate all sorts of things that you automatically pick up. I think that's one of them. All right, these plants with their projectiles are messing up my shit. Okay. A painted hand axe. I'm going for that shit. Yes. Yes, sir. Oh, wait, is this an angry bat? No, it's a neutral bat. You hope the moccasins are snakes and not shoes? Should put them on my feet out of the way, but I have bloody boots on already. Uh-oh. I'll walk through this. What is this I'm about to step in? Salty water. You can actually use it for cooking, but I'm not that interested in saving it. Salt water's everywhere. And now I'm leaving a trail of salt water behind me, and I'm wet. Iron short sword, some leather moccasins. More moccasins. And he's got a bronze longsword. Another vinewood sap mask. I think I don't have a bunch of the ones in the middle before they did the reboot. I've got Odyssey and whatchamacallit, Origins. What's the newest one where you're a Viking? That setting looks really good, but I heard that game is like a ridiculous grind. I have a friend who played it all the way through, and he enjoyed it, but he said like of the Assassin's Creeds, it was really like he was like 80 hours in, going, "Is this gonna end soon?" I think he clocked it around 120. An iron battle axe, huh? A quilted shawl. Oh, hell yeah, I'm gonna get in on that action. Give me some of that quilted shawl, old bitch. Other armor staff. Okay, pass that up. What is that? No, not that. Oh, just a campfire. I didn't recognize it. Odyssey, I played a little bit of it, and then I decided I wanted to go back and finish Origins first. And those games are so huge, then that's what they're one of those games that I run out of enthusiasm before I can ever finish them. Oh, this is not good. Alright. I don't want to have to be struggling through these webs to get to this guy, because he's going to be lobbing shit at me the whole time. So we're going to mark him, and we're just going to shoot him. There we go. No problem. I guess the webs aren't... I thought the webs were going to make me get stuck. Oh, spiders I don't like either. Spiders are evil. Gonna shoot him. Pest control service. Haha, spider dead. Valhalla. That was the one. It looks like a fantastic world to be in. So you played all of it and you were into it. Okay. Oh shit, I got impaled. There's these random things that pop up out of the earth and hurt you. Apparently a lot. Now I'm bleeding. Can I use one of my bandages? I'm going to apply it. I don't know if it worked or not, but I'm not bleeding anymore. Let's see, wooden arrows. Yeah, I'll take those. Woven tunic, don't care. I don't really care about torches either. In fact, I should probably get rid of a bunch of my torches since I have night vision. Works better than torches anyway. Alright, nothing in this treasure chest is anything that I want. So we're going to auto walk to the stairway down because we basically cleared this place. He had a name and a family. Sorry, Justin, man. Oh, what are those plants made me? These roots that pop up everywhere, they normally don't do anything. But if you look at them, they're hostile. And once in a while, one of them will randomly, like, cause you to panic and run. It sounds familiar, right, Brad? Panic? And They don't hurt you, but you might be fighting something and then randomly you're not fighting and you're running someplace, and sometimes it's not a convenient direction to be running in a life and death situation. Oh yeah, so we'll go down. We'll go downstairs. Ooh, there's a lot of shit down here. Alright, there's an apron and a club. Bronze dagger. Iron battle axe. If I didn't have a good weapon already, that would be worth looking into. This is pig. Slug snout. Tough. Massive muscular boar with an unnaturally long snout. The torpid slug snout can spit massive solid slug snout slugs made out of compacted undigestible sinew of her prey out of her slug snout. Alright, this tough is not a good deal. I'm going to use my bullets on this piece of doo-doo. I'm going to use my mark skill. Oh, it's hurling snot bombs at me. Alright, we're going to shoot it. I didn't penetrate its armor. My health. Oh my god! Time to get the fuck out of here. My health is down to 5. You died. You were killed by a slug snout. Alright, Brad. That was the end of your journey. I was even trying to use my guns to be safe, but that thing shoots like projectile super sharp boogers. Deadly. Game summary for Brad Pritchard. This game ended on Thursday, the 14th of October, 2021 at 22:18:09. That's the real time. You were killed by a slug snout. You were level 3. You scored 22,800 points. You survived for 1,494 turns. The most advanced artifact in your possession was the Sphinx Salt Injector. Chronology for Brad. On the 16th of Tibex Ux, you arrived at Joppa. In Sacred Ritual, you shared water with Warden Ol Greg. You journeyed to Red Rock. On the 18th of Tibet Ux, you were killed by a slug snout. Final message for Brad Pritchard. The slug snout hits you times 3 with a slug for 8 damage. Yeah, we're going to save this. Yeah, we're going to save that. All right. Well, that was all vividly happening in my imagination just now, Maxie. Yeah, it was a short life. Now, I played this game a bit over the past week, and I've definitely lived longer than that before. Here, just because we're already going on this thing, I'll show you the other one I've been playing too. And this is the one I've been playing more. Since we're already turned tonight into old school roguelike exploration. Nah, I've done better than that. I'm not trying to brag. It's not like I'm good at it or anything. All right. So I'm gonna do hard. I'm gonna do every birth has a different, like, birth sign has different benefits. I read up and I think I like Candle the best. Heals faster, 1 free talent. It's good. It's gonna be a dude. So here's where it says Dark Elf. Dark Elves are as evil as Grey Elves are beautiful. Steeped in magic, Dark Elves train the following skills. Maybe it was in a manual or something I read. Oh, I just realized the resolution is too small for this. Okay, hold on. I didn't realize this. Wait, hold on. Am I really... Is this really not... rendering? This is supposed to be screen size. But it's clearly only window size, screen size, full screen. Let's try this. Oh, that's even worse. Okay, now that doesn't work at all. Here, let's try this again. Hawktober. All right, let's give OBS a second to catch up. There we go. I know this game is using 0.5 RAM of video memory, and OBS is just really struggling with it. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry, you're all going to have to be disappointed to know that this game is only in 1080p. Alright, so standard is probably better. It fudges numbers for you a little bit. And it actually chooses your talents and things for you, so you don't have to think too hard about it. But let's do candle, maybe male. I'm going to do the dwarf paladin again. Well, I haven't tried a whole bunch of these different things yet, but these are all the different... Well, first off, yeah, the races. Drakelings are like lizard creatures. Dwarves, high elves, gray elves, gnomes, humans, earthlings, which are halflings. And I know either in a tutorial, I think it was a tutorial that gives you more info. It even says, oh, they're called hobbits and sometimes in places. Mist elves are kind of unique to this world as far as I know. Troll, ratling. I think ratlings were in EverQuest. Orc. But yeah, dwarf paladin. And then there's archer, assassin, barbarian, chaos knight, beast fighter, duelist, druid, elementalist, healer, fighter, farmer, merchant, mind crafter, which is like a psionics thing, monk, priest, paladin, necromancer, ranger, thief, weaponsmith, wizard. Or you let them decide, which I'm not going to do. But if you're into D&D at all, you're going to see a lot of familiar shit here. And you can decide to like do a point buy system. What I found is actually, if you point buy, you can't get your stats too high. If you just have fate select your points, they actually tend to be a lot higher than if you assign them yourself. So I'm gonna roll the dice, and you won't know what your stats are until you're in the game and you look at them. Oh yeah, Brad, they're totally. This game was like, someone's like, I want to make a roguelike that's like Dungeons and Dragons. Period. Here we go. You were born to be a male dwarf. You have brown hair, brown eyes, and a ruddy complexion. Your parents are traveling adventurers. They are doing moderately well, but are talented enough to survive. So the background is generated kind of randomly each time. During your childhood, one of your uncles taught you a lot of things about the history of your people. Your vast knowledge on the legends and lore of your people made you very popular with your friends because of all the exciting stories you knew. During your youth, you embarked on many small journeys to nearby towns on behalf of your parents. You learned to know lots of people and make many friends. As a young adult, you were a credit to your family. Your parents supported your plans and were very understanding. They tried to help you along your way with all means at their disposal. At the age of 66, you end your apprenticeship. You are now a fully learned paladin. And the age is depending on your race. So if you're human, you'd probably be 18. If you're an elf, you're probably 250. When it says you're a full whatever it is that you've learned to be. And the lifespans are very much like straight from the player's handbook at Dungeons & Dragons. The different talents, I'm trying to think. There's actually some, like I did some research, and because there's a lot to choose from. And a lot of the talents have like, you need these two to get this third one, and like, so if you play this game and you're figuring out what to do, you actually need to look up these websites that help show you help you decide, because the in-game interface is a little limited. That's where Could actually does a good job. In-game, you can look at anything and put, like, question what it is, and it'll give you all sorts of details about it. And this, you have to look at resources like the website's manual or the wiki or something to know, like, what does alert do? But it so happens I'm going to choose alert because it is a prereq. You can only take it at first level, and it's a prerequisite. If you take alert and miser, then it will unlock treasure hunter to take next, and that, like, increases all of your loot, like, items by 50%. I won't get to choose treasure hunter just yet, but I'm well set up for it, and that's like the bee's knees, or so I hear. So what should we call our dwarven paladin? I'm a miser, Brad. I'm a dwarf paladin miser. Because it's, I know that stereotype about dwarves, but, you know, it just so happens that my research says that miser is a good step towards treasure hunter, which is, you know, good. Sancta Claus, hell yeah. The only problem is that I can't, he doesn't have white hair, but okay. For 6,000 years, the world of Ancardia was a serene world, unmolested by the forces of chaos. But now sinister forces of evil and darkness have opened a gateway somewhere deep within the mountains of Draculor Chain. Terrors from unknown dimensions flood the world of Ancardia and wreak havoc, spreading corruption and even faster. Now it's up to you to explore the Draculor Chain, meet its inhabitants, find the source of chaos and defeat it, or maybe even join forces with it to conquer the world. And then, without much fanfare, just like, alright, here you are. You're in the world. Go have fun. Oh, my stats actually aren't all that good. Well, having low dexterity kind of sucks, but I'm a dwarf. Actually, these stats aren't all that terrible. These are a lot better than what I could do if I was point buying. Having 2 19s, this is like Dungeons & Dragons point buying. So, if you're used to Dungeons & Dragons, seeing these stats, like especially with the strength, learning, willpower, dexterity, toughness, and charisma, all pretty much like related to, I mean, it's strength, intelligence, wisdom. I think dexterity is the same. Constitution and charisma. But this is like in D&D if you had a character with a 19 strength, 19 learning, whatever. This is not bad. I did randomly roll a dwarf that had a 27 strength. He had a bullshit death too. I just wandered into some place and I just, before he was ready, and just got mobbed by a bunch of shit I couldn't get away from. And I was like, son of a bitch. He had these amazing stats. So let's see. I got a Warhammer. Oh, they kind of suck. Warhammer and plate mail. Sometimes dwarves start with battle axes, and battle axes are much better. But that means that since I start with a Warhammer, I have some Warhammer skill. And yeah, so that's not great. These skills here automatically come with the race and class. So one nice thing is dwarves get detect traps. Now, I'm not a rogue, so I'm not good at disarming traps, but at least I can detect traps, and so that I have a chance to evade them better. So yeah, we're just we just walk around the world like this. We're gonna go into this dungeon. Let's see, how do I go in there? All right. So yeah, look at these graphics though. So much better than Caves of Kud. Right? I'm gonna pick up that gold. Oh, here comes a little rat. There we go. And characters have different levels of literacy. You can actually have characters that are illiterate, and you'd have to either choose the skill or raise their learning. But Sancta Claus here has 19 learning, which means he's pretty smart. I wonder if that reflects in his literacy skill. I'm not sure if that's caused his literacy skill to be higher because of the strength, or if it's just put together, they're good. All right, there's a bone there. I'm not so excited about that. I can search. Search for traps. Don't find any traps. Open the door, kick door, search for traps. I was just hitting the key for search, so I'm gonna open the door. The door is stuck. All right, let's try it again. There we go. So this game feels a lot more like Dungeons and Dragons, which is why when I started playing this, Caves of Khud is so like alien and bizarre. But when I started playing this, I was like, oh, this feels like an old pair of jammies. Putting on an old pair of jammies. Several items. Let's see what we got. Clothes and a large... Now, food is a bigger deal here. You can't just scrounge food anywhere. And food, that's 200 stone. S, 200 stone. So food is heavy. You can see right now I have about 1,200 stone. At 1575, because of my strength, I'll feel burdened. 2101 is strained. And then that's very strained. And then 3760 or 3675 is the point at which you can't even move anymore. Dog was attacking me, Brad. It was self-defense. It was self-defense. Now this bat, he's neutral, I think. I could kill him if I wanted to, but I won't. Let's see. Do a little check on there. No. Open it. Alright. This bat, you can tell by the little thing around when it's red around it, you know they're hostile. Sometimes there are things that aren't hostile when you walk in the room, but then they become hostile. But when they got the red thing around them, they come at you, you know it's you or them. And that dog had a little red thing around us. Alright, let's see what we got going on. Checking it now. Okay, looks good. Do dwarves hate dogs? Is that the answer, just a man? Door is stuck. Usually I just keep trying to open it and not kick it, unless if it's locked, I'll kick it open. But I have a feeling kicking it open, I don't know if it causes more monsters to spawn or what. Okay, and that bat's neutral. We'll let him live. He didn't ever bother anybody. Oops. Looks good with the door. I don't have the appropriate key. So I'm going to kick this one open. Ow! There was a trap. I just didn't catch it. Previous hidden runes on the door suddenly explode. My plate mail was destroyed? You gotta be shitting me. My plate mail armor is gone. That's a first. A trap just destroyed my plate mail armor. That's a big deal. Plate mail armor is like, I could never afford that in a million, well, someday. But I've never lived long enough to be able, if I found plate mail for sale, I would not be able to afford it. And he came with it. And now he doesn't have it. So now he's just running around in the buff. You do find armor, but it's going to be like leather or something like that. Let's finish. It's never a good idea to go downstairs before you've explored the level. Ooh, look, I'm level 2. Let's see. I think we got to get our physical stats up. Combat related. Dodge is important. And detect traps. Alright, so now I'm just running around with no shirt on. Like I think I'm some sort of sexy beast. Sancta Claus. Running around with no shirt on. What a weirdo. Oh, Hearthling bread. Alright. So you can see I've been all around on this level, but in this game, stuff just respawns. So now there's a hostile bat here. Hey, see, there's a friendly dog. Hey, doggy. It is a rabid dog, uncaring, not injured. And then I can check the little journal entry on him. The very definition of lesser beast, this powerful canine's brain has been nearly destroyed by the ravages of a painful disease. Its dark fur is matted and frothy saliva drips from its mouth. It moves wildly, attacking anything that draws its attention away from its own suffering. And then it gives you little stats about it. So far, you killed 1. Oh, hi, doggy. You're my favorite customer. This is one of those creatures that I think may randomly... It's not hostile right now, but it may randomly just be like, I think I'm going to kill you now. Oh. Well, that thing is... Watch out, dog. Oh, shit! I accidentally clicked the dog. Sorry, dog. I'm going to search for traps. Shit, last time I didn't catch a trap, it was really, really bad for me. Alright. I didn't even have any notice. Even if you don't find the traps, usually after you search a few times, it'll say something like, you sense a certain tension or something. Alright. That's a neutral bat. Oh, screw it. Is there a reason for me not to kill the bat? I need the experience. I just feel like there is an alignment system in this game, and I'm a little worried that killing the things that aren't attacking you is maybe considered bad form. Or you might be randomly hostile to the dog. Maybe they heard of me before. Maybe that's why they're like, oh, I think I'm going to leave this dude alone. And then they're like, oh wait, it's that son of a bitch. It's a guy that randomly attacks bats. Alright, we do a little search. Alright, we're good. This is not a nice bat. Ooh, I've got a level 3. Okay, let's get those athletics. Dodge. Tech traps. I'm not very good at it yet. If I had been better than mediocre at detecting traps, maybe my priceless heirloom plate mail armor wouldn't have been destroyed by an explosive rune trap. Oh, and this is where I can choose a talent. All right, where's Treasure Hunter? Hell, there it is. Yeah, that's what I want. Drop some armor, baby. Give me some armor. The short bow. I'll take the bow. That's good. And you can eat all these corpses. Like, because you get hungry and you have to eat. And you can die if you can starve to death if you don't eat for too long. And anything that dies that's you didn't mutilate enough, because if you kill something, so you turn it to a pulp and then it's just gone. But if it leaves a corpse, you can eat the corpse. But certain things, if you eat the corpse, will make you sick or poison you. I think I ate one of the, like an orc or a scavenger or something before, and I got sick. Do you think I should eat the kobold? Here, we'll see what happens. I'm going to eat it. Yeah, I'm going to finish eating. Oh, now I'm sick. All right. Cobalt meat. You feel really bad. Sick now. At least I'm not hungry, though, right? Oh, no. I hope this doesn't last too long. Am I taking... Oh, okay. I must have been bleeding or something. I was taking like 6 points of damage. Alright, I'll take this scroll that I don't know what the hell it is. Alright, I'm just going to chill out up here and try to recover. Oh, pray for healing. Yeah. You're healed by a golden light surrounding you. Healing is or prayers or something that it'll sometimes offer to let you do. You can't do it at will. And like if you're hungry or starving, you can say pray for food and you'll be satiated. If you're in a magically darkened place, you can say pray for light and see. But it's not. I don't exactly know how the mechanic works. But anyways, now I'm back up to full health. I'm losing points because I'm sick though. All right. Well, I hope you're happy, Nick. Because, God, 5 points of damage in one turn. This is really bad. I don't think I've got anything. I have these scrolls that I don't know what they are because I'm illiterate. No. Should I watch it? I feel like Munch Munch is something you read when you're hungry. Pray for play mail. I don't think I want to read a scroll that's labeled FUBAR, because that's a FUBAR is a military term that's not good. And I don't even know what FROTS means. All right, let's just hope I can survive this. I'm just gonna stay very still and hope that I can survive the sickness. Oh, this thing is tough. All right. And I do have a prayer of healing. I'm going to wait till I'm really hurt. But I'm just going to stay very still. Why is it not letting me? Alright, so staying still, I'm going into a cycle where I'm recovering hit points from resting, but I'm sick, so I keep losing them again randomly. 14, 16, they're going up. 15, hurt again. 13, hurt again. I wish I could pray to have this damn thing cured instead of just healing the damage it's doing to me. Alright, and now I'm hungry on top of it. It's the irony that I ate a kobold when I wasn't hungry, and it made me so sick that I might die. And now I'm actually hungry again. But I do have this large ration, which I will eat. If I can keep it down. Alright, so I'm not hungry anymore. Well, I can at least put some damn clothes on. Here. Clothes. They don't give me any armor value, but now I got some nice lederhosen on instead of being naked. I won't die naked in a cave. You think I should eat another kobold? That's it. That's the problem. This has got to end. What? I'm hungry again. Does that mean I vommed? No, I'm gonna wait till I'm very hungry. There you go. I was just waiting for you to get close enough. I'm racked by feverish fits. Oh God. Alright, I think... Okay. Just gonna... Oh, chutzpah. It's probably worth something. It's probably not gonna help me with my illness, though. Alright. Just gonna... Okay, we're up to 10. 12. Okay, my hunger is in... it's yellow now, or it's gone from yellow to orange, which presumably means it's worse. Ooh! I suffer from one last major fever attack and die. You have died. This is another one of those games. There's no respawn. That character's gone. Gone forever. His save no longer exists. Oh, game summary for Sancta Claus. His achievements during his battle. Sancta Claus, the Dwarven Paladin, was wasted away by the terrible Black Fever. He scored 1988 points and advanced to level 3. He survived 0 years, 0 days, 21 hours, 15 minutes, and 56 seconds. That dungeon that I went into is basically just like the noob dungeon. So when you first play the game, you can go into a place without a quest or anything and just figure out how to fight and shit. Santa Claus visited 3 places. His perception score was modified by +2 during his career. He ended his adventuring life on level 2 of an unremarkable cave. He died of eating kobold. That was... he died because Nick was like, eat the kobold. And I was like, well, yeah, well... I didn't think it was going to be bad enough that it would kill him. But I guess that was some pretty serious food poisoning. He had the following talents: Alert, Miser, and Treasure Hunter. He never really got to use that Treasure Hunter. He had a final speed score of 100, final base speed 100. He was a fervent follower of Morrodwin. He asked for 1 divine intervention. I should have done it again. Here's all the shit that I killed in my career. So, you know, some beetles, bug, couple rats, a handful of goblins, got a hobgoblin, kobold. Well, and here's these are the people that I've played on hard mode so far. They separate them by difficulty. So most of the things are done on standard, which is a little bit easier. This is my worst foray into hard mode yet. I think there was a Mythandros II was in hard mode. He got the 10th level and got a score of 3,700. Goodwin II, he was a Dwarven Paladin. He made it to 6th level. He got to 3,000. But Santa Claus, 3rd level. Yeah. 3rd best of all time. Thanks, Brad. That's true, but you planted the seed, the suggestion in my head. And then I just knew at that point, like, Brad would probably want to see me eat the kobold. I don't think you said it explicitly, but you did mention later that kobold is good eating. Did you say that before or after I ate the kobold? I did, because Nick brought it up, and then I thought Brad would probably appreciate it. Eat the holy symbol. So yeah, that's Adam. Adam came free, I think, in the February Humble Monthly. And yeah, I'm a fan of this game. It feels a little more accessible than Caves of Khud because it's familiar. But even though it looks a little more modern, slightly more modern, it's actually its features and interface are a little more actually bare bones. Caves of Khud, for as primitive as it looks, has a more feature-rich interface and just the general like tutorial and information and everything. Should I play one more? I'm gonna have to get out of here pretty soon. It's almost 11. But shit, it's been a whole week. Yeah, okay, we'll do one more. Here, I don't want to have to think too much about it. This time I'm gonna be the high elf. Yeah, I like the high elves. I'll be the high elf. Archer is the other class that's supposed to be like good for noobs. There are a few classes people say are best for noobs, and Paladin and Archer keep topping those lists. Because Paladin is good because it can just wade into shit. Archers, though, if you run out of ammo, which happens a lot, I think that's why I like the Paladin better. You don't run out of ammo as a Paladin because you always got your guns, you know what I'm saying? So, go for a class I've never played. You know what? I'm just gonna go, I'll just be how about a priest? Maybe I can heal my shit. And we're gonna go Fate. You were born to be a male human. You have red hair, light blue eyes, and a light complexion. Your parents belonged to the lower class. They were honest, hardworking people who did everything to enable you to live a comfortable and fine life. They were not very successful. In your childhood, you were a credit to your family. Your people loved you and enjoyed your presence. As a youth, you spent a lot of time in the wilds, exploring woods, and generally enjoying your freedom. You had a lot of fun and learned to value the treasures of nature. As a young adult, you had to work a lot to finance your apprenticeship. You were often tired and exhausted, but all this was forgotten when you finally achieved your goal. At the age of 21, you end your apprenticeship. You are now a fully learned priest. Was it a beast fighter? There are a lot of beasts. You're right. Oh, I wasn't even taking suggestions. Nick was saying necromancer. Raise the corpse, then eat it. Maybe he'll be immune to severe acute food poisoning. All right, and of course, I'm gonna do the same shit I did before because I know it's a good way to go, and I don't have to think about it too much. What should we name our human priest? Santa Claus? He doesn't have a beard, though, you know. First person who gives me a name is what he's going to be. Hopefully it's not a dumbass annoying name. Anduin? Okay. Sure. There you go. Thanks, Nick. All right, so this is exactly the same. This prologue. So we can just skip right into this. And let's see what he's got. Strength 16. Oh, these stats are very mediocre. These stats are alright. Not terrible, but I guess 3 16s is not bad. It's probably still better than I could have got if I did point buy. Uncursed mace, small shield, blessed small shield. That's good. I like that everything's uncursed. Things are only uncursed because randomly items you pick up, you won't know what their stats are till you put them on. And sometimes you'll put it on and you'll be like, yeah, I'm not going to use this. And when you go to take it off, it turns red and it says cursed and you can't remove it. It's like, wow. So you might have a stupid piece of a weapon or armor and you can't get it off unless you get like a scroll or some other thing of uncursing. And you uncurse the cursed item. And then it shows up with this stuff where it says uncursed. I've never started a game with just uncursed stuff, though. That's kind of interesting. And uncursed holy symbol, too. Who knew? Everything is uncursed. That's bizarre. A spellbook of Cure Light Wounds? Let's see, do I know any spells? I do already know Cure Light Wounds and Light. Alright. Alright. Skills, concentration, detect item status. Oh, is that why everything is uncursed? Because he can tell? Because he's a priest? That might be why. Yeah, it's interesting. I've never done it. First aid. Food preservation is a skill that humans have. I'm not exactly sure what it does, because I've never noticed food spoiling. But anyway, haggling. Healing is when you're passing time, how quickly you recover. Herbalism. I'm not exactly sure how that works. Literacy. Music. Huh? Alright. So I have some skill in maces and flails. That looks like it's my only... Oh, and shields. Okay. And alert plus 2 to perception, and I find more gold because, again, I'm a miser. I have the heart of a dwarf. Okay, and you start with a quest. Find the village of Terrinio to learn more about the Draculor chain and current events. Talk to at least 3 important people in Terrinio in order to learn more about what's going on. So that's like it's a nearby village. It's the first place you go. You can talk to everybody and pick up a few quests there. It's a good thing I'm mediocre at music. Yeah, it's totally helpful. And here's my background. My birthday is the 4th of Candle. I have a light complexion. That's nice. 160 pounds. Red hair. 21, adult male. 6'2". I'm a tall guy. All right. And this guy gets burdened at 1,200 stone. So he's another reason why I like paladins. Because They tend to have better strength. All right, let's go. This cave is other stuff can be somewhat randomized. I think as you go further in the game, if I understand right. I've never gotten too far in this game. I'm always sort of in this little noob, not right here, but not too far from here. All like in the first town, there's a girl that gives you a quest to find her lost dog. It's in a cave. I think I survived that quest once. I've tried it about 6 times. You get down to like the 5th or 6th level in the dungeon and something horrific kills me. Alright, right. You enter a rather unremarkable cave complex. An easy wind is going and you feel that life is rife with new experiences to make. As long as I don't eat a kobold, apparently. Alright. Go forth, Anduin! The corpse. I'm not going to eat the orc corpse. You know what I am going to do, though, is, I'm going to see what happens if I cast light. Does that make me see further? I don't know. I think maybe if I enter an area of darkness. Oh, no! Talons of DOS Game Justice. Hey, Dark Jake. Well, hey, Dark Jake. You're probably not going to recognize this as a roguelike. But you did say several times I should play more roguelikes. And although this is probably not what you had in mind, this is very much in the tradition of the original roguelikes. Although it's not what, like, the last 10 years, the roguelites or the roguelike likes that you're familiar with. Not very much like this would be like its great grand. This game began development in the 90s, but it didn't finish development until 2015. Basically, yeah, it's that same principle. The throwing club? I'm gonna skip it. I'm a priest. I don't have a lot of muscles. I can't afford to carry lots of heavy shit unless there's really a good reason for it. Alright, just exploring the old map. Wow, he doesn't run into a lot of monsters, does he? I feel like there should be a secret door here. Sometimes you go and be like, I feel like there should be more to this dungeon, and you will find secret doors, secret passages. That's also very, very D&D-ish. You'll allow it? Thanks, Dark Jake. I appreciate that. Oh! Okay, I don't want to wade out there and get surrounded by these assholes. Come on, rat. Yay, I'm level 2. Let's see. Food preservation. There's not a whole lot of stuff here that's going to help. It's going to help my, listening can be helpful. Concentration is... I should do that because that is one thing that's going to affect combat. And I think first aid can be helpful too, but I should have healing spells though, right? First aid is something that when you take damage, you can only use it during the first few rounds. Yeah, I'll put some points into first aid. Learn to hum while you eat strange creatures? Yeah. Alright. Ooh, look at all these goodies that fell down here. An oily potion. And a scroll labeled ACME. Alright, well, who knows what that means. When you find yourself in, like, deep down shit creek, that's when it's time to start reading out the scrolls that you don't know what they're going to do, or drinking the potions you don't know what they are yet. Just the scrolls and the potions can kill you if you do the wrong one. You don't know what it is. I had a spell book and I was learning the spell. And it exploded and destroyed like half the stuff I was carrying. But I knew the spell after that. It was like a spell, like Burning Hands type spell. Alright, there we go. It's a little bit harder being a priest. I'm struggling to kill rats, but, you know. Oops, let's do a little searchy search. There we go. Searchy search. He's not good at finding traps, so I'm not going to spend all day doing it. He's probably most of it just going to explode in his face. Oh, I'm surrounded. All right, here we are again. We're going to do concentration. Healing is good. Let's do some healing. I'm not sure how herbalism works, but I'll do some of that. Why not? Oh, time to get treasure hunter. Where is it? There it is. Maybe this time I'll actually be able to get some treasure. Yeah, I know. It's the Wile E. Coyote Company. A blessed sickle. That's kind of good to know that. I like, because usually when I play this game, it's a mystery whether something's cursed or not, or magic, until I try put it on. But I think a sickle is going to be crap, though. Where's that sickle at? I'm just curious to put it on and see what its stats are. 3d4 plus 8. That's a lot of damage. Hold on. Let's compare this. So my regular mace is 1d6 plus 1. The Blessed Sickle? 3d4 plus 8? The Sickle of Mayhem? Even though I have no skills with sickles, I think I'm going to use this. Let me see. The combat. I wonder what category sickles fall into. I'll find out. You gain skills by using it. It's going to be considered like a dagger or knife? I'm not sure. When I gain... I mean, I only have two levels that came with maces and flails, so it's not like I was rolling in prowess. Yeah, I feel like a good commie already, Brad. What? I need to have him dual wield and have a hammer in the other hand. You can do that. Does he have them? I could have him dual wield the sickle and the mace. But I don't think he's got an underlying dual wield skill. The paladin has a dual wield skill. So if you find a couple good weapons, you can actually benefit from just, instead of, if you're going through trash mobs, just put your shield away. Grab those two weapons. Just wait until you run into something that can actually hurt you. A cursed crude spear. Wow, I'm really glad he can spot that stuff. Okay, I bet there's a secret door here. Oh, yep, there it is. Hopefully it's not trapped. Oh, this one's locked, so gotta kick it. There we go. And when I was playing the archer, sometimes when you break doors, you actually get like wood sticks. And archers have the fletching skill, and you can actually use those sticks to make arrows. So, but as an archer, you're constantly struggling not to run out of ammo. An uncursed wooden shield. That actually might be better than the shield that I'm using. Oh, it's a blessed shield, though. Well, let's just see. I'm just curious to see what the other shield. The uncursed wooden shield is +6 +1. Oh, the wooden shield is so much better, even though it's not blessed. I wonder why the blessed small shield is blessed, but its stats are so crap. All right, now I'm going to use the wooden shield. That's good. It's much better. All right, coming back over. Oh, what's going on here? Who's this? Who's this bloke? Nice day, isn't it? All right. Can I talk to this dude? Here, let's see if this guy has anything to say. You talk to the female hobgoblin. Female hobgoblin grunts in anger and then attacks me. Alright, whatever. It was already hostile. But I actually had cases where I hit something and it went hostile, and then I tried to talk to it, and it's like, do you want to make peace with this thing? And I said, yeah. And then it was like, okay, we're not going to fight anymore. It was like a orc or something random like that. Did it happen right after I got Treasure Hunter, though? Was there maybe a correlation? Rats! Look at this. Ooh, an uncursed melon. All right, I'll take that next time I get hungry. No kobold corpses for me. I've learned. I know better than that shit. Okay, we're gonna do that. All right, what is this? Hey, I'm level 4. Wow, so far this is going pretty well. Concentration. I think I'm gonna invest in that detect item status. That's helpful. Yeah. A hobgoblin corpse? Nope, not eating that. A tambourine. I don't even know what the hell I'm gonna do with a tambourine. Can I put it like in a... Oh, I got my holy symbol there. There's... I don't know what you actually do with music in this game. I'm not sure where to equip a tambourine. Oh no, didn't like that. Alright. You really want to wield the tambourine? Why would I not want to wield it? Alright, now what do I do? Oh. Alright, you know, I'm gonna put the shield back on. I'm really not sure what to do with the tambourine. Oh yeah, it's a here we go. Let's see. No skills seem available right now. Skills, but I want to use my music skill. Control U to play music. Okay. You play some tunes on the tambourine. What do you know? Oh, and I'm just playing. I'm just playing that. Here we go. You have some problems handling the tambourine. What does that mean? You have some problems. Okay, I'm playing with the tambourine. Is that what it's for? Is to calm the beasts? Now, given that I'm a priest, I think not wielding my holy symbol might put me at some kind of disadvantage. But I'm practicing the hell out of this tambourine right now. Wow, it just says over and over. It just keeps increasing the count. You have some problems with handling the tambourine. Times 9, times 10. My first time, I played some good tambourine. Well, okay, you play some tunes on your tambourine. But if I keep doing it long enough, I'll get better at it. Unless something attacks me. There, I'm playing some tunes. Playing some tunes. Playing some tunes. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. I'm playing tunes! Son of a bitch. He does not appreciate my... Oh, a scroll of identify. Dang, that's expensive to have that. Alright. The bleeding stops, and the concert shall continue. I just came down in a dungeon, I found a tangerine on the ground, and then I spent the next hour going... Thus was the story of Anduin. I want my tambourine skill to go up, though, damn it. I want to play it until it says, your skill in the tambourine has raised to 47, or whatever. No, I'm not eating the hobgoblin corpse. Oh, those things are sons of bitches. Okay, hold on. I think I've played enough with the tambourine for now. Let's put that holy symbol back up. These little things killed me once because if you leave them alone too long, they'll multiply. And I got into a situation where there were too many of them that I couldn't get to them all fast enough, so they kept multiplying exponentially to where like half of an entire dungeon level was choked with these fucking things. Well, I wouldn't say I'm the greatest tambourine player in the land. I mean, let's be honest here. For all of that, my skill in music did not go up even a little bit. And I still have a 22, and I'm mediocre. But it's possible this is actually, at least for my class, is a skill that I can improve. Unlike the dwarf, The dwarf, if the dwarf had a tambourine, that skill's never going up. There's got to be more to this dungeon, but I think there was. Oh, hey, Zambi. Here we go. Bat, down with you. Yeah, it's not as good bringing down beasts as a priest, but at least I can heal myself now if I want to. The dwarf does a better job at one-shotting shit. I'm the greatest and worst tambourine player in the land because you're the only one. That's a good point, Nick. Oh, I discovered a cursed arrow. Yeah, guess who's not picking that shit up? This guy. This is the first character I've had that's like, oh, that's cursed. I'm not going to pick that up. Everyone else is like, oh, what's this thing? Let me put it on my head. Oh, fuck. It's cursed. So I'm digging that aspect of playing priest. So far, I have a very keen awareness of whether or not the items I'm picking up are cursed. Oh, this looks prime real estate for... Yep, there it is. Secret door. I don't think I should bother searching for traps because I don't think he can even look for traps. I'm just used to it because of the dwarf. Oh well, that was a long hallway to go down for no reason. Hey, but look what spawned on the way back. So that's one thing about, in the case of Kud, it's more persistent, where whatever creatures are in the dungeon are in the dungeon. When you clear that level, that level's empty, unless you go to the next level and something chases you back up into it. Whereas here, it's just like, hey, you're on first level, so every time you move, there's an X percentage chance that some creature is going to spawn from out of your vision range. Hey, now level 5. Alright, let's get that concentration. Let's get that detect item status, like that. And, yeah, let's do listening, I think, is helpful. Nope, and I'm not going to eat, before anyone says anything, I'm not eating the hobgoblin corpse. Uh-oh, I'm getting double teamed. A blessed rock. Well, and the crude... I'm digging knowing when things are cursed or blessed. That's nice. I'll take those quarrels, though. I don't need a blessed rock, though. As holy as the rock may be, it's still just a rock, and I have no need for it. Hey, look! Uncursed rocks. You want to get that music skill up? You're gonna wanna hear that cowbell. Ooh, that thing dropped the tome. I'm not gonna use it here because studying books takes a lot of time, and anytime I try to do it in a dungeon, I always get interrupted. Monsters spawn before I can make any progress. So this is something that I'll wait till I get to town, where nothing's gonna attack me, and then I'll try reading the uncursed tome. And hopefully the fact that it's uncursed means it won't explode like the time I tried to study that one book. There you go. He's dead. Wait, where's the stairs down? Are they over here? There they are. Alright, here we are. Eat the tome! Rad, come on. All right. Ooh, I'm hungry, but I can pray for food. You pray to Istara. You're satiated by divine mana. I can get behind that shit. An uncursed shortbow. Wait, did I already have a bow in this game, or was that the other game? I'll take that short bow. Let's see. I don't have any arrows yet, but might be time to devour a good time. I mean, I didn't even check. Was there anything else in that room? Nope. That would have been good to know. Alright. What is this guy? It is a floating eye. Alright. Floating eyes are not that tough. Oh, good tome. You got autocorrected. I was like, I don't know what he means by devouring a good time. It's like, is this game devouring your joy? The crude cursed knife. No, thank you. Yeah, it's definitely a different experience knowing when things are cursed or not. Even though things take a little extra long to... Ooh, look. A blessed large rash. The food is blessed. That's cool. I'm a little burdened now. But the main problem with being burdened is you get hungry more often. So, you know. Wait, is there anything I'm carrying that it's like, bullshit, I don't need? I think the fact that I'm using the sickle now means I don't want my mace anymore. There, look. Okay, the sickle is considered an axe. Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of that mace. Because that's heavy. There. And it's just a regular uncursed mace. Very unexciting. Alright. Down with you, giant lizard. Oh, I'm level 6 now. Oh, I'm having a very good... I am now able to turn undead. I don't know how to use powers, but... if we run into undead, I'll see if I can turn it. Let's get the detect item status. And superb. Superb. I like that. First aid. There. And healing. Oh, where am I going to go now, though? Okay, combat talents. Good learner. I think since I'm a priest. Ooh, pious. Prayers are 20% less expensive. That sounds like that could be something that could be good to have as a priest. Uncursed, let's see, uncursed quarrels. I'll take that. Someday I may have a crossbow instead of a bow and arrow. Oh, hello. I want to get mobbed here. There we go. 52 gold. That's good. I'm surprised so far. This guy is so much surviving so much. You know what? I was going to say he's doing so much better than my paladin, but the secret is I didn't eat any flippin' kobolds. That's the secret to my survival. Alright. Oh, I'm unarmed! Son of a bitch. He got this thing off of me. Here. Put it back on. Get that sickle back. There. That sickle's pretty badass as long as I'm able to keep it in hand. Yeah, when he lost his plate mail. You end up finding a lot of armor though. I mean, honestly, if he hadn't eaten the kobold, he probably would have lived long enough to get some armor, and it wouldn't have been as good, but the fact that he wasn't carrying 500-pound armor, though, might have made his life a little easier in other ways. Okay. Now I'm burdened again. That's okay. Oh, a cursed white potion. I'll bring it along with me, because maybe I could sell it. Maybe the shopkeeper is not gonna... Will he know it's cursed? I don't know. Alright, where was the stairs at? Have I not found stairs on this? Oh! This might be this is just a simple dungeon. This might be it. Alright, I think we've explored this whole dungeon. Lizard Man. Alright, now it's just time to go back up. Here, I'm just gonna kill people. Even that one goblin wasn't even hostile, but, you know. An uncursed sling. I'll pick that up too. Slings are light, although the ammo for slings isn't light. Alright, we're back up in the big world again. Alright, here's the town. You enter Torino, a tiny hamlet consisting of a few primitive cottages, a shop, a village hall. Trees grow peacefully between the small homes of the local populace. You feel at ease. Alright. If only I'd kept the blessed stone. Those actual sling bullets, is that what we're talking about? Or just the fact that I should have kept the stone because it was blessed? I completed my quest to find Torino. Alright. Although now it's almost 11:30, so you know what? I think I need to call this off. But I think I'm gonna keep playing this game. I'm so far I'm liking the priest a little bit. I'm enjoying, because I do get stuck in ruts where I'm like, oh, paladin is sort of like the ideal of what I want to do. Sturdy, run through, attack shit, eventually be able to cast spells and cure myself. Everyone says the archer is super OP, which I found to be true as long as you didn't run out of arrows. But then you run out of arrows and you're kind of fucked. Which is what happened to me when I tried playing the archer. Alright. Save and quit. Immediately. Now we're all done now, Brad. See? We're at the see you later screen. Although we should do a drawing though, should we? Because it's been a whole week. So, how was that? Did everyone enjoy the spooky Hawktober stream where I played roguelike, old-timey Dungeons and Dragons like 90s version games? No, hey, yeah, that's the modern roguelike. No Hades, no more games tonight. Dark Jake, that is Hades is the it's the ancestor, not the ancestor, whatever, the kid, the great grandson of a game like Adam. Did Brad had a great time? It's like probably 20 or 30 people have wandered in and out of this stream tonight, and it was like 28 or 29 of those people were like, what is this shit? Actually, Just a Man seemed to kind of like it too a little bit. You got Brad over there. He's like, yeah! And Just a Man's like, yeah, okay, that's good. And everyone else is like, it's Hawktober. What? I mean, A, what the fuck is even this game he's playing? And B, it's Hawktober. What the fuck? But honestly, I've been playing that game the most this week. I haven't done One Step from Freedom. I saw Brad playing that. That looked a little too not relaxing for me. Even though I die and my character dies forever and I have to start over in these games, for some reason I'm finding the gameplay just kind of chill. Like, I enjoy it. It's relaxing. And I die and then I'm like, I think I'm going to play another one. Well, I didn't finish any quests in Caves of Khud. But by what standard did I not accomplish as much? I actually picked up quests and went to a quest location. I did some stuff in Caves of Khud, Brad. I fought. I marked people and shot them with my rifle. You liked Adam better than Cock because you knew it was happening. Cock was green with words. Well, in fairness, the reason it was green was because I was using night vision implants, which made everything green. There was a rich, probably 16 different colors actually available. I don't know how many colors are in that game, but there were definitely more colors, but the graphics were, yeah. But that's the thing, actually, is that if you got Caves of Hood, and if you're able to mod it, because all that Adam is, it's still under the hood got even worse graphics than Caves of Hood. It's just that this guy, and you can change it in game to the original like ASCII thing, so that it looks like it originally looked. The difference is this guy actually created a tile set to make it look more palatable to our modern eyes. If someone did that for Caves of Hood, it would probably all of a sudden people would be like, "Oh, this game, I like this game better." People who look at it and because of the graphic style are like, "Oh, I don't like that game," or "I can't get into that game," or it just doesn't look good. I don't think it takes much to overcome that, but I think the developer of that very intentionally wants it to be that way. He built that game in Unity, for God's sake. He could make it look like a modern, like 3D game if he wanted to. I played a little bit of Invisible Ink. That seemed pretty good. I mean, it's different than this stuff, but Invisible Ink seemed good. I just tried it out once, and I thought like, oh, that'd be fun when I'm in the mood for it. But that's like a stealthy, thinky. That's a little bit like playing chess. Like you gotta think. It's a game where you gotta think hard. I'm not always on board for thinking hard. I don't like using any. I don't like being skilled at anything. I don't like something that's going to test my reflexes, or my aim, or stretch my brain, because I use my brain too much. I use my brain too much the rest of the time when I'm working. When I'm done working, I don't want to think anymore. Hey, sometimes I do. It depends on my mood, but that's why like when these games, Caves of Hood and Adam, they do have a learning curve, a little bit of learning curve to figure out, because they got these archaic interfaces and controls. But that's what last weekend I felt like learning Caves of Hood, and Adam is a lot of parallels in how it actually plays, control wise. And what I guess I found when I started playing it, I just really got into like this very chill rhythm with those games, and that's like it's been kind of I would say addictive, but it's not the sort of thing where I'm like, oh shit, I looked and it was 3 a.m. I don't know what happened. But it's just like I keep wanting to go back and play those instead of anything else. All right, you know what time it is. There's the list. These are the games that are still on offer. Let me get my little my own giveaway tracking. So far this Hawktober we've had 2 giveaways. We had EV23 won the first one, and she chose Yakuza 0, which was on the list. And then last week, Gun Kid won and took out Kingdom Come Deliverance. So here are the remaining. So when I do like this, it looks like I'm actually here and I'm looking up at the list. See? It's pretty convincing, right? Oh yeah. So I can see Stubbs the Zombie is still there. Nobody claims Stubbs the Zombie yet. And those other games. PGA Tour. Many of these games, if I did not already own them, I would be super excited at the idea that like, holy shit. Because these games are, some of them, if you don't find them on sale, they're still kind of fucking expensive, and they're not like old games either. But most of them are at a point now where they have, if you wait for the right time, you can get decent sales. I bought Stubbs on Steam like 10 years ago, but it didn't work in like Windows 7 or whatever. Like it just was broken. It didn't work. So I couldn't even launch it. and I looked it up if there's a fix for it, and I couldn't find anything. Usually if that happens, you can look online and find some kind of fix for it. All I found for that one was like, no, if you're anything beyond Windows XP, you can't play stuff. Sorry. It's like you're just not gonna say, oh shit. Earlier this year, they re-released Stubbs, and I think it's I don't know if it's a remaster, but at least it's been recoded to work in modern resolutions and on modern operating systems. So now the thing is this popped up on a monthly bundle, but I bought it 10 years ago. I could just never play it until now. So that's one of the games on my possible Hawktober list. I got a lot of games already on my Hawktober list that I will not get. I don't have enough time to get to all of them, but it's on the list of games that I have installed to play for Hawktober, as well as a spare key that I have to give away. You want to be on the list, Nick? Okay. Here, I'm going to put away I'm putting together my little list on the side here. Nick C. Yeah, Outward, Pathologic 2, both good games. Civilization. If you don't have Civilization 6, the Platinum Edition includes like a couple of its major expansions and the base game, which is a pretty fantastic deal. And Civilization's a great game, and the Platinum Edition is sort of what has enough of the content to complete it. Brad, you want on the wheel? But Brad, don't you usually say that you don't really want any of these games? Don't you own all of these games already, Brad? But we'll put you on the wheel, then whatever. If you win, you'll do something weird with your game key. So it's not my business to tell you whether or not you can go on the wheel or not, right? You just like being on the wheel. Yeah, that makes sense. And Dark Jake, you want on there too? Dark Jake 13. All right. And Just a Man wants on. Just a Man 400. I think I've only got 6 concurrent viewers. Although sometimes people can still be watching, but they have it on a second monitor, so it doesn't count as a view. But if as showing 6 viewers, that means 4 out of 6 are on the wheel. That's a pretty good turnout for the wheel. Now let me just go back. Okay, we got Nick, Just a Man, Brad, and Dark Jake. 4 people. I don't think I've missed anything. Is there any and that looks like everyone who's active in chat too. Are there any weird lurkers that want to be on the wheel? Anyway, I know there's at least a couple. Maybe you fell asleep, or you're not interested. You're a lurker and you just watch, and that's fine. You don't have to expose yourself, whoever you are. I mean, you don't have to talk in chat. You shouldn't expose yourself either. It's a separate issue. We don't need to discuss that now. I just want to make sure there's no one else who's like, oh man, I was just hanging out waiting for the end so I could be on the wheel. And then they started dozing off, or they got a mouthful of peanut butter and they can't type. I don't know why having peanut butter would keep you from typing, but... Now, all right. Well, I think that's it. So let me get these names. We got Nick C, Brad Pritchard, Dark Jake 13, and Just a Man 400. Let's get to the Wheel of Misfortune. Now complete with extra ads that weren't present in previous years. Yeah, well, because I equate talking with typing with talking when you're chatting in a stream. No, Brad, it's not the crow. It's over on the other side over there. There's an arrowhead, and that's the pointer, not the crow. Don't be distracted by the crow. Oh, hey, Josh, do you want to be on the list though? Do you want to be on the list, Joss? You came soon enough to get on the list. All you gotta say is yes. I'll put you on there. Much to the dismay of everyone else. Is there, yeah, alright. There we go. Then just look, here's the list. PGA Tour 2K21. Civ 6 Platinum Edition. Control, Psychonauts, Outward, XCOM Chimera Squad, Pathologic 2, Stubbs Zombie. All great games if you don't have them already. Except Stubbs I haven't actually played. But I have it on good authority that it's a fun and good game that now works with modern systems. It was all spooky, J Maxie. And hey Maxie, do you want on this thing? You could finally get to play Civilization 6 after having no interest in it for the last 30 years. Having no interest in the Civilization franchise. But this might be your big opportunity to discover it, Maxie. That's all I'm saying. If you want to be on the list. No thanks. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, let's get back over here. Oh, no, this doesn't count. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. Sorry, Nick. Doesn't count. I was just trying to get to where I could edit the names. So, I know, just so you know, didn't count. And sorry, Nick, didn't count. Just so you know, if Joss hadn't come here, you would have won, Nick. So, you and him are going to discuss that later. Okay, this is the official wheel. Anybody's game. Could be Dark Jake. Could be Brad. Could be Just a Man 400. Could be Nick C. Could be Joss Sadai. Who will win this high-stakes game of chance? We're gonna find out right now. All right. Oh my God. All right. Now, the way this window populates now, because of the ads that they've added to this website this past year, you can't see who won. But I can see that it is in fact Joss. So, Joss, congratulations, stealing the prize right from Nick's mouth, right from between his teeth. I hope the two of you can overcome this in your friendship, and everyone give a round of applause for Joss, who showed up during the exit screen and won. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be giving you that much shit about it. Thank you for joining and playing the Wheel of Misfortune. So see, now I figured it out. It's fortune for the winner, but misfortune for everybody else. Originally, it was misfortune for XCOM, because if you won, that just meant you're gonna die and be killed horribly. Thanks for playing. All right, let's get back over here. All right, Joss. Good job, Joss. Good job, Joss. Hey, all you gotta do is show up at the right time. You showed up. You showed up at previous drawings, like 90 seconds after we finished the wheel. And then you could only know that you were that close to being able to win. But Joss, tell me something. Look at this list of games and tell me, do you know among which of these games listed right here, right now, which one you would want for yourself? To take this from this list. If Nick wasn't eating peanut butter, it would have won. He would have won. So the other alternative is, if you're not sure and you need to think about it, I could send you. I could tweet you the list. Are you on Twitter? Oh, you want XCOM? All right, we can do that. Where do you and I communicate? Are you on Twitter? I'm gonna go get that. Figure out where that key's at. Oh, wait. I might have given this away already. Okay, holy crap. Joss, I thought I had this game. I'm going to send you the key. But you might need to choose something else. Because for some reason I thought I had this game. Was this wasn't in a bundle, was it? Now I've got to double check that. Because I'm seeing what looks like may be a used key. But let me see if it was in a bundle somewhere. Humble. Choice. Okay, it was in a Humble choice. Okay. Sometimes I get confused because I think I actually bought this game on Humble, but I think I also got it in a Humble choice. So let me track that down. I'm pretty sure maybe I've got it, but let me see. I think that was a false alarm thinking this was a spent key. I just looked at the key that I bought and it was already spent. But I think it's in a monthly here. March, right. I thought it was there, but when I prepared the list on the doc I'm working on, I put the months next to any games that were in a Humble bundle to be able to find them real quick. And I didn't have the month for this one. So then I thought, oh, it must be in my general library. Because sometimes I buy stuff from Humble or other sites because it's flipping cheap. Because I'll know like, oh shit, I get this for 99 cents. And that actually wouldn't make a bad prize or whatever. Alright. Will this even let me look at a key? Alright, here's what we're going to do. I can just create a gift link for you, Joss. So, where do I have communications with you, Joss? I can't remember if you're on Twitter or not. I'm looking through my Twitter history of private messages. I'm not seeing any communications with you. That's how I usually find. Steam may be the easiest. Okay. Oh yeah, there you are. All right. There. I have to do the message. There you go, Joss. Said I. Winner of tonight's Wheel of Misfortune. Misfortune. Congratulations. You are amazing. I hope you can repair your friendship with Nick C. Best G-Law. All right. There we go. You know how to get in tweet. So now you got your gift link. And I'm going to officially take this off the list. XCOM Chimera Squad. is gone. What do you mean it's claimed? No bullshit. That's not claimed. This thing has never been touched before. Are you for reals? Are you serious? It's been claimed? Alright. No, that's not cool. No, if it's been claimed, I'm going to give you something else. That's really throwing me off, though. Because did the copy that I have, was this my copy? It just didn't say it had been claimed yet. This is tripping me out. Oh, thank God. Okay, he got it. I'm like, it's usually pretty conspicuous in my monthlies, which games have been claimed and which haven't been. And then I got the message from Josh saying it's been claimed. All right, you got it. Did you really for sure you got it? Because I'd feel terrible if you won and I had a prize on offer that didn't work. Like, I definitely would, like, that'd not be cool. I would actually buy the game for you if that were the case. All right. Well, if it turns out you discover you don't in fact have it, let me know, and I'll arrange for you to have it. Okay, good deal, good deal. All right, says it works, definitely works. All right, and so let's go over here to the thank you screen. Here, since this, we can do the. No, this is too mellow for Hawktober. Even though all the games we played were mellow. All right, you guys. Well, now it's almost midnight. I'm still up, and I have to go to bed. I still need to have some late night glass of warm milk or something to help me go to sleep. But I had fun, and I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Oh no, Nick, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Witch is gone. I got everything under control here. Don't worry. Every year I come out here to these here woods. I leave my home during the month of Hawktober and make my way to these woods. And yes, it's true. Some folks say it's haunted. And you're not the first person that claims to have seen a witch flying around. But I've been coming to these woods for, well, at least the last year, maybe two. Spend a whole month here. And I've been just about fine. So whatever may be here in these spooky woods, well, they just don't trouble me. I think I'm going to be okay. You don't need to be scared. And yeah, now it's just time to wind down and have a little bit of golf. So, does it need some like pipe cock popping up in the corner? Dang, dang, dang. Something to consider. All right, guys, we're gonna call it a night. I gotta go. Thanks for being here. I hope you guys seemed okay with the fact that I played games for like 3 hours that had absolutely nothing to do with Halloween or Hawktober, and were not, contrary to Brad's recommendations, were not remotely frightening. And yeah, I had fun. I got to show you guys some things you've never seen before, except for Brad. Brad's seen both of those games. And you know, Just a Man. That game's called Adam, ADOM, Ancient Domains of Mystery. It's on Steam. I think you get it direct from the website, but I think when it's not on sale, it's $14.99. So it's not super cheap. Same as Could, also $14.99. But yeah, if anyone thought that looked good, ADOM. You can look it up yourself. Maybe put it on your wish list, and maybe it'll go on some big ass sale and you can get it. I'm curious to see how the priest class plays out. Definitely. But all right, I know we're all excited, but you know the drill. Justin Man, thanks for being here. Joss, Brad, Dark Jake, Nick. No one else really been in. I know Jay Maxey's been around at some point now. Maxey, you're still there. Thanks for being here. And let's go over here. Evie, if you're asleep, thanks for being here. There we go. All right. I'm not sure if Evie did leave already. She usually announces when she comes and goes. So if she did, I either missed it or she fell asleep or who knows. But I shouldn't worry about it. I'm sure she's fine wherever she is. All right. But speaking of being fine wherever you are, it's time to relax. Not worry about things, the day-to-day life, the hustle and bustle. It's just time to clear your mind, take a deep breath, and go to sleep. And good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now. Just a Man, Nixie, Jasted I, Brad Pritchard, Dark Jake 13. Go to sleep. Maxie, I'll be waiting for you in your dream. EV23.